How's it going, everyone? Alright, so we're gonna be taking apart graphics cards. Yeah. So, this is an 8600 GT. You can tell by no power, so there's no extra power connectors on it. That's how you know it's a GT, GTO, or GS. Right. Now I got a whole bunch of small Phillips. I'll take this off first. I'm gonna be disassembling the whole thing, like everything. So I want to make sure all the Phillips heads are a good fit. Oh, it's on there. That way everything's good to go. Let's keep my drawer open for all my screws. Yeah, I'm not sure where my driver is for this. You can use a tech bit for these. I have a whole box of them. So, just to take off this bracket. Holy. These are on there. Holy moly. Leave me a comment down below. Everything's live. So, just in case you're joining in, we're taking apart graphics cards. I got a bunch of them that I want to take apart. So, right now I'm working on taking off this bracket. It's all off there now. I just want to make sure and take these apart because I haven't taken this one apart yet, and I haven't taken apart a couple of them, and there's a couple that you can take apart the whole cooler to clean, and I haven't done that, so I'm gonna do that with all the ones I haven't done, and I haven't re-thermal pasted anything in a long time, so it needs it. The thumbnail is the 1080 Ti. We will be getting to the 1080 Ti. It will be down the road. These are on there. Guess they want to make sure they're not going anywhere. Okay. And I'll take these ones off nice and evenly, so that way I can see if the thermal paste was a good spread, whoever did it last. Because I haven't taken this one apart yet. This is the 8600, NVIDIA 8600. It's an old graphics card. Oh, don't tell me. Alright, well, this isn't recommended, but I don't want to rip the connector, so holy. Just gonna take the whole The whole thing. Alright. That's fine. Alright, alright. Something to show on the stream, I guess. So this... It's hard to show. I have to stand up for this. So, show that connector there. Let's see it right here. Yeah, it's pretty dirty. So these older graphics cards with these connectors, it's just what it is. Yeah, I guess there is tabs you could press on, but they're not gonna really help you. So just pull it out. You can just push it back in whenever I want to reconnect it. It's not a big deal. Happens with a motherboard for like the power on and all that, those kind of functions, that plug-in happens with that too on the motherboards. Alright, so now we got that. Ew. Oh, this was so a phase change, a PTM, I think they call it. Pretty sure they call it PTMs. They also used it back in the day too, like they're a phase change, like thermal pad, but they melt like silicone paste. More or less used on laptops now. A lot of people are getting into them. But yeah, that's yeah. So that's looks like PTM. You can see the ribbing from it. All right, so that's the cooler. Yeah, it does. It looks like a phase change pad, even though they're newer type nowadays. Ew. That is dry, very dry. Now I want to take it all off, make sure it's all off nice. Oh yeah, there we go. Whoa. Okay. It's a very small die. Alright, so we got NVIDIA U802B041. Made in Taiwan. And the actual chip die is G84. Yes, G84-303-A2. Very small die. Very small. Yeah, it's a very small chip die. Okay, so I got this brush. Just dust stuff over here. I got extraction fan right now going in the window. It's on low, so it's very quiet. Plus, I made a little silencer for it, So hopefully no one here can hear it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, those are fairly easy for that. So I want to take apart this cooler. It's guaranteed it needs a clean probably. So we see which screwdriver fits nicely. It's not bad. Hey, I like that one. That's real nice. That's a real nice. So these screws I'll put in here too. Different side. So for anyone that's just joining the stream, I'm taking apart graphics cards. The thumbnail is a 1080 Ti. We'll be getting to that. I got a bunch of these older graphics cards that I need to get rethermal paste and cleaned up. So that way I can do a bunch of benchmarks on them too. If you have not checked it, I do have videos out just going on the overview, going over the year, roughly what memory size, the games roughly that they played. And if you ever watched one of them videos, let me know in the comment section below. I am trying to make better content. Try not to be so boring. Kind of like this, but this is going to be a long stream. Hopefully getting some viewers today. There's only 5 screws holding that plate on. Now, so, oh, it does. Huh. It's not that bad. Like, yeah, you can see a little bit of dirt on those fins, but the cooler looks just fine. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Nothing really to complain about for dirty wise. That's good. Couple little bit of hairs, little bit of dust, not much. Wipeable. Just wipeable. Oh, it is. Some aluminum's just that color from the aluminum by the looks of it. Permanent. I guess if I want, I can disassemble the whole thing. Oh. Ooh. It's so hard. Where did I put my paper? Pretty sure I put it in the drawer. Yes, I did. If you don't have one, these plastic, they're razors. They're plastic razors. Oh, they're great. Great for if you do anything with electronics. Just like that. Pull thermal paste off. And cleaned up. All shiny. That was easy. Have to clean up my workspace after every graphics card by the looks of it though. Like, I got a pile. Yeah, too many. Yeah, too much. There's too much of this. It's hard to show. Old thermal. Yeah, it's like like dust. That's some old thermal paste. Clearly dust. So let's reassemble the cooler. So if anybody's watching, comment down below. I have thermal pastes. So I got my own thermal paste. So it's my own mix of thermal paste, which is a cheaper type of thermal paste that I find is fairly decent. It's not like the cheapest. And then it's mixed in with diamond dust, a 70,000, 75,000 grit diamond dust. This is my thermal paste. Also got some thermalite. And I got some thermal grizzly. So comment down below which one I should use. Alright, we'll just grab some more of these screws. 3, 5 of them. Voila, 5. See that all right? Could do this. More. Nice. Nice. There's some water spots on these, but not bad. Oh, what should I use? Thermalite? Yeah, probably just some thermalite on this. It's not a big graphics card. Wow. That. Spread. Gonna need a close up on the spread. Not bad. Right. Clean up la spatula. I guess this one's we lay down and line up kind. Maybe not. Wire is really annoying me here. There we go. So, let's get one of these screws lined up. This one? Yep. So, one of these lined up. There. Screw down. Yeah, screw down. I didn't have it threaded in enough. There we go. Bam, bam. What's also nice about a lot of these older graphics cards, they have different mounting holes. So this one has mounting holes for this pattern for this cooler, another pattern for a different style cooler, and another pattern that's on the opposite. It's like a diagonal, a 45-degree turn on it. So let's say the cooler had something sticking out or it was past something, so it could pass, maybe I could pass it or something if it was turned that way. It has those mounting brackets, which is amazing, I think, for these older graphics cards. Since this graphics card came out, what, 2008, 2009, the 8600, yeah, 2008. The fan back in, snug. I might add some glue on that actually so it doesn't pull out again. I mean, it works. It's snug, it's not going to go anywhere. Now we gotta put it back on bracket. Screw. And on there. Cute. Stupid spring for the ground. I don't like it. Stupid designs. Now, I haven't taken apart the 1080 Ti in a very long time too, so I wonder what its thermal paste is like. Pretty sure I put thermal grizzly on it. If not, I put my own on it because it's diamond, has diamond grit just like the thermal grizzly. But that's snug because it was quite snug before. Which screwdriver was it for this one? This one? Yep. This one. Good. There. And we are good to go. Now, again, I'm taking apart all of these, and then afterwards, I'm not sure if it's gonna be the same live stream or not. I will be overclocking these. Well, pretty sure you can't overclock this one technically, or this one, but we'll find it. We'll find out for sure. Can't overclock them just because they have a limit on how much power can go through the actual PCIe connector. So we'll see. We'll see. But that's one down. Now, I do believe this one here is the 9500 GS. Pin number 5184536. So if any of you are watching this, can you type in HPPN 5189-4536? It should come up as a 9500 GS, I believe. Let's see what screws. Should I take off the bracket again first? Oh. Finger doable? Nope. These are on. These ones aren't too bad. No, these ones aren't that bad. Maybe my fingers are just weaker than I thought. Alright, there's one. So if you just joined the stream, I just finished the 8600 here, NVIDIA 8600 GS, or pretty sure it's just the GS. The GTO or GT that I have. Where is it? Oh, it's right. It's in my overclocking system right now. I'll have to grab that because I would like to re-thermal paste it as well. But taking apart all my graphics cards, especially these older ones, re-thermal pasting, also cleaning up and taking apart the coolers and cleaning them up as well. Now we gotta go through. Which Phillips is it? That is it. So this one kind of had the exact same bracket design as the last one. With, oh my holy, thank you. With the screw down through the board with this angle bracket, same design. So I'll put these all there. So I know that works for all of those. Maybe they work for all of it. So this one's not bad. It's fairly clean. The main thing I like to do with my older graphics cards too is, I don't like to wash them at all. No isopropyl, no water, no nothing, because I want to keep all the stickers. So as you can see, all the stickers are still on it, and that's what I like to do with all my older graphics cards. Make sure I have all the stickers, so it could have went through multiple different vendors, multiple people, different quality checks. So don't do the same as the last one. So the last one, the whole connector came off. The whole connector. There we go. Again, not recommended, but if you're gentle, you're gentle. Alright, same screwdriver? Hey, what do you know? The last one had multiple different screws. This one looks like they all work. These are tight. The last one too looked like it had like a phase change pad for a thermal pad. So that's odd. We'll see if this one has the same one. Try and take it off as flat as possible too, so. Oh. No, just this one looks like regular thermal paste. Well, this one has inked on for the cooler too. That's cool. So this one. So it's a lot bigger of a die. I really cannot see. So it's a lot bigger of a die. It's a little bit bigger of a die. But what I'm noticing, it's not the same thermal paste. This looks like normal thermal paste. The last one, it's an older graphics card. The last one was an older graphics card. This graphics card came out in 2011, I believe. This is a 9500 GS. But the older one looked like it had a phase change on it. And this just looks like thermal paste. See how hard it is. Oh yeah. Just crumbles. I use these plastic razors for cleaning on metal, sometimes PCBs, because it's gentle, doesn't do any scratching or anything like that. Oh yeah, crumbly, just crumbled. This probably has been changed in a long time, very long time. Alright, let's see what this one says. What does this one say? Alright, so this one says NVIDIA, just like the last one. The U8 code, same like the last one. S Taiwan, just like the last one. It is a different chip die, of course, so G96-259-A1. And the last one had an A2 at the end. And generally all of them start with a G anyways, but yeah. So yeah. See, now I'm having second thoughts on this stream, because now I should have just taken apart each board, set each board's pieces aside, and then compared the dies to each other. Because I don't have a caliper or anything like that, so not like I'm gonna be measuring it. Not like I really need to measure it. I do overclocking. I don't really care about the actual specs. I just care about what I can do with it. It's fairly clean. Not bad. Smear, but not much you can do about that. Okay, so I'm gonna use probably the same, just some Thermalite. competition thermal, right? There's definitely not that much in this tube. Do plenty. Voila. And we get a little, yeah, get a little spread action. Left over on that. There. I'm gonna do like this. That. This. Line that up. So. Pressure down. Stay on there. All the way. This one all the way. This one down. This one down. This one down all the way. Just one up. Voila. Now. This. Alert. Give some brush. For anyone just joining the stream, I got an extractor fan going out the window, so dust just goes out the window, kind of nice. And whatever falls to the ground, I will clean up after. This one's fairly clean. Now I need to put the bracket back on. Let me know in the comment section what graphics card you've taken apart, or if you've ever taken apart a graphics card. Probably gonna be taking apart, what, 4 or 5 graphics cards today. This is the second one. It's 9500 GS. Not really a popular graphics card, I guess, at the time. But they made it. They made it. Do not want to go back in the horde. Come on. There we go. There you go. And we gotta tighten these up a bit. If not, they'll rattle loose. I don't want to lose them. I do believe I'm gonna be showing the next graphics card. Actually, I have to find a couple more of those. There we go. 9500 GS, all rethermal paste. So the last graphics card that I did was the 8600 GS or GT. Pretty sure it's GS as well, GS version. The GTO version that I have is different as well. The GT version is different. But so this is a slightly newer graphics card, but the 90 or the 8600 GS that I just took apart. So this one that I just took apart and rethermal paste. So the difference was the chip, of course, and all that. The cooler is basically the same. Like they're basically the same style, same everything. Like they almost looked all the same. A little bit different layout, of course. But what was different on this one, the older card, it looked like it had a phase change thermal pad. So if you ever heard of a PTM, it's a phase change. Phase change thermal pad. It was not thermal paste like this one here. And what I'm going to say is on every other graphics card is just thermal paste. This one had phase change. So would that be the original owner or an owner putting on that, or did they actually use phase change pads back in the day? It crumbled. I mean, it crumbled to dust. I have a little pile of it right here. It crumbled right to dust, kind of like this stuff here on the 90. This stuff has a little bit of a give. Still crumbly, but the other stuff literally went to dust. Kind of odd, I think. How could a graphics card that came out, what, back in 2008, 2007, 2008? No, sorry, yeah, 2008, 2009, around there. How can a card like that have a phase change thermal pad? And a card that came out a couple of years later did not have it, just thermal paste. That's what I just don't get. I did, it looked like a phase change. Anyways, 2 cards down. Okay. Oh yeah, oh, we're gonna be taking out a fun one today. Heavy. This is an old graphics card. This is okay, so I have taken apart this graphics card before because this is the, yeah. So if you've watched my other video on this graphics card, this is the 1900, or yeah, 1900X. No, X1900, sorry. The X1900 GTO. Yeah, it's a GTO, but it's not a GTO. Not sure if it's just because you can download the graphics card for it that's not a GTO. It's a different version, but this one came out of a smoker's house. This right here, that should be clear. That should be clear. I do believe this was the Mac edition, so there's generally a bracket that goes here. Fairly big bracket. Yeah, that's gonna be our next one. Oof. Yeah, that's this. This is a smoker's. That's brutal. Brutal. And so I have taken apart this one, but it was a long time ago. Long time. This one here I have to take apart. all of this first. Just like here. As you remember, if you did watch my one video, look how bad that is, eh? I am missing a screw. So one of the textile screws that goes on it, I have to find one for it. It's tight. This one, I wonder how dry. It shouldn't be too dry. I forgot what kind of thermal paste. I'm not sure if I used my thermal paste or if I used thermal grizzly on it. Yeah. Yeah, I can't clean this. I've tried. Like, you literally gotta take some sort of metal to it or sandpaper. I don't want to even do that. I'm pretty sure it has like a plating on this that I don't want to wear off. So, I need to take off the bracket. Ooh. Ooh. There you go. No pressure on. Huh. There we go. Now I'm gonna take off the bracket first because there's other screws that are on the cooler holding together, so I'll just keep it flat. And now these old retention brackets, I'm gonna show you here. They are implementing it back onto the new graphics cards. At least Zeus is, from what I've seen. Or MSI too, I guess. Look at that. It's not supposed to be that color. I forgot about that. Alright, there's the bracket. Now, I'm pretty sure, and I got a bunch of them all at the same time. Old graphics cards, all of them at the same time. I did wash this one, soaked it. The only thing I didn't use, like I said, I don't use isopropyl or anything. Somehow all the stickers stayed on it. This graphics card did not work before the washing. The washing made it work. So yeah, I re-thermal pasted with my thermal paste. And how do I know that? Well, it's still wet. That's how I know. So, and the reason why I like my thermal paste. See? I'll show it. So, I'll just wipe it first. So, why I like my thermal paste, the thermal paste that I make, is it's still wet. Like, doesn't clump off. I could reuse it if I wanted. And that was done 2 years ago. almost 3 years ago. And I've used this card quite a bit. Alright. So, of course, this one's different, of course. So, it's ATI. It's an R580. So, R580 was their, it's the Architect. It's not the Pro version, so they have an R580 and R580 Pro. You'll see that with my next graphics card here. So I should be able to take this graphics card apart, even though this is just a X1300. It's the X1300 Pro. So when I take this apart, the actual die should have the R580 Pro on it. Yeah, so we got R580, 21, back BK, A22FG, made in Taiwan. Then we got small PCI Express at the bottom. Yeah, it's also, that's how I also know it's mine, because the diamond paste will put some light etching of itself into it. Here we go. That's a big die. So the chip isn't supposed to be that color. Again, this graphics card came out of a really bad smoker's place. So it probably got overheated and it turned that color. Purpley color. It does look like it's been overheated. Thermal pads are all original. Actually, I'm not even gonna touch them. They might fall apart, but they're fair. Like, they got a top layer or bottom layer on them. They look all good. Not all oily. They look alright. Yep, not bad. The card itself, again, I did take this apart. That's how I know it's my thermal paste. Okay. It's also how I know. I'll show anyone here that's new. So. Very easy to clean off because it's still nice and wet. This is a hunky. So I'm going to take apart the cooler too, because I really want to see what's inside this cooler. Or do I? Only because this plastic's old and brittle. Do I really want to take that apart again and risk it? I don't really want to risk it for the biscuit, to be honest. Oh. I kind of do want to take it apart. I do. So we're gonna take apart the cool. Ooh. Maybe we won't. So again, this is. I don't know. No, we're not gonna risk it for the biscuit. We're not risking it for the biscuit. Okay, we're gonna leave the cooler alone. Only because I'm worried about the plastic. I mean, if you got something that looks fairly decent, everything's holding up. There are like some spots of the screw spots are just cracking by themselves, so I don't really want to risk it for the biscuit. So we'll just re-thermal paste this bad boy up. Since I used my thermal paste, I am going to use my thermal paste again. Instead of using the thermal right, I will use mine. Because, yeah, again, two years, almost over 2 years, I think now. When did I get this? February 2022, February, somewhere around there. You know, still nice and wet, so I'll keep that going. Remix this all up. It's been a while since I used it. Okay. Yeah. Good. All right. They're all mixed up. Just throw some of this lovely. Throw some of this lovely on there. Oh, we need a close-up spread. That's right. Gotta keep the close-ups. Right. Just like that. That's way. I think I got it. The right way. Right, 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 right. So go there. And we'll put the screws along the outside again on first. 3, 4. These screws are really heavy, so they don't like to stay on the magnet. Where's that screw? Yeah, so you have shims on your new graphics cards, the plastic ones. So these have 2 split ring washers on them. Metal split ring washers. I don't think that's allowed anymore. These old retention brackets are great though. Great. I already get even. I'm just putting these screws to where they're all flush. They're not putting any tension on. I'm just trying to get them all to an even location. And this one I'll put tight, so it's time to put some tension on it now. Switch over. Switch over. I'll just do a quarter turn each one. Till it's all tight. That's all you gotta do. I went the wrong way on that one. Twice on that. Twice on that. Hey, what do you know? Back to where we should be. Bracket time. I also need to find an extra screw for it. Oh, I really don't like that rounding plate. It's so dumb. It's in the worst spot. Let me just put that down. Thank you. Really do not like the grounding plate. Grounding spring, I guess you could say, on it. Not fun. Not fun at all. We did it. Oh. And we'll just give things a little nice snug. That way, over time, the vibration doesn't. So none of these have a thread lock of any sorts on it. Just best to guarantee. I only have 3. I have to find a replacement screw for that one. There we go. All thermal pasted up, cleaned up. Third one down. It would have been nice to take apart the actual cooler on this one. So I just don't want to risk it for the biscuit. So I'm not sure if I could show it then. There are some cracks on this one right here. Someone see it. I like this graphics card. It's a great graphics card. That's a third one. So it doesn't look too bad. I haven't taken apart this one. So hopefully it's not too bad. How's it going, Louie? I hopefully didn't just butcher your name. Hey. Hey. Morning, everybody. So, this is the third graphics card. This is an X1300 Pro. The last graphics card I did was the X1900. So the architect type is the R580. It's not like an RX 580 or anything like that. It's an R580. And that's the chipset, so it's etched on the chip on this. I'm hoping to what I want to see on this one, since it's the Pro version, is see the R580 Pro. And that'd be pretty cool to see that actually etched onto the actual die. It'd be pretty cool. So, I'm hoping this has the RX 580 Pro on it. Be nice. Ooh. Ooh. These are tight. Except for those ones were falling out. Hey, how's it going, Yuri? Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, these ones were loose. These last ones here were loose. I haven't taken apart this one. I did do a video about it, but I didn't take it apart. How's you guys' morning going? Oh, this is the 4th graphics card that I'm on, and this is an ATI Radeon X1300 Pro. This graphics card, I do believe, came out around 2007. You would have to look at one of my videos that I've already done to actually see what year it came out, as more or less my channel's not on reviewing these types of things. I will do live on once in a while, but I do overclocking, so this will eventually go on to like a water cooling and hopefully some dry ice or liquid nitrogen, so I can get some good scores. But yeah, I'm taking apart the X1300 Pro. And try to see if I'm missing any screws. Yep. Take apart this one. I got a lot of graphics cards I got to take apart today, so, well, I would like to take apart today, so if you guys get a head start. I will eventually be doing the 1080 Ti that was in the thumbnail. So, eventually I will be doing the 1080 Ti. Might even be doing a water-cooled 2080 Super. We'll see about that one. I have lots of videos out there of like the Shunmodded 1070. So if you want to see the 1070 cleaned up and re-thermal paste and then put the AIO back on, I can do that. But more or less, there's lots of videos out there already on it. So there's the IO bracket off. IO bracket, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. The bracket. They say if you premiere your live or videos and keep delaying, this extending time, you get more viewers. How does that work? Yeah, I don't know. 8320E, 10 gigahertz overclock. 10 gigahertz overclock? It's pretty good. And the Premiere live videos, yeah, so what I like to do if I do lives, I'll usually sometimes do a short stream and tell the viewers that showed up that I'll be putting another stream on, and while I'm setting up that stream for later on, so when I end the stream, I'll start setting up for the new one, and I'll make a Premiere stream. And while I'm setting up, it will post out that I have a video coming up, and YouTube's algorithm kind of puts it out there for more than just one region, and they'll put it out there for more people to see. Don't ask me how that works. That's just YouTube. But yeah, put out a Premiere, set up whatever you're setting up, let your Premieres be out there for at least an hour, I'd say. And then boom, you can get some more viewers. 2 gallons of liquid nitrogen a minute. Yeah, that'd be insane. I didn't know it was 10 gigahertz. I thought it was, I thought the 8320 or 8350 did something like 8.6 gigahertz around there on liquid nitrogen. Yeah, it was crazy. So, is it? Nope, that's the 6000. So basically, like the 8300. So this one right here is the 8150, the FX. So the FX Bulldozer series. If you set the cores down to one core and then overclocked it, that one core could assume 300 watts. One core up at that range. But those cards or CPUs are crazy, crazy for overclocking. More or less just for the frequency. They're not good for gaming. AMD lost a lot of money on them. Yeah, even if you live, yeah, see, yeah, you live in the Middle East. I have a couple of subscribers and viewers that join and watch basically all my videos, and they are from the Middle East. Due to having people that have subscribed and watched my videos from certain countries and that, I will get more views, or whoever's watching it or in that country or whatever, I'll get more views from that country. And that's just how the algorithm works. The more people I get, so I check, if you check out the actual audience throughout the viewings through the month, it'll tell you percentage of where it's coming from, states, Canada. So a lot of Australians, 8% of Australians watch my videos, but they watch like 50% through my videos. The watch time from Australians is like 5 minutes watch time, average. Through, let's say, United States' average is like 20 seconds. But they watch like 60% of my videos. So you Australians, thank you. You're watching like a lot of my videos and a lot of it. Yeah, see, you're from Ukraine. I have another subscriber that's from Ukraine. He watches a lot of my videos and he comments a lot. So if you get a lot of comments and that from those countries as well, it also puts it into an algorithm. And since they like to comment, like, and since they have subscribed as well, I'll get more viewers from there. Oh, this is same. This is the same as this one. Oh no. Okay, so this is the Smoker's House graphics card, as you can see here. That should be clear, that one spot. The dye on it was like a purpley color. This one's like a purpley color. They shouldn't be that color. I use a plastic razor blade for cleaning. Yeah, I haven't taken this one apart. This is all powder, just powder. The thermal paste turned to powder. Oh, it's a phase change. It's gotta be. It's perfect. It's a perfect pad. So another graphics card I had was an old one, had a phase change on it. There, see that? See how the pad's perfect? See how the pad there is perfect? That's a phase change pad. Yeah, it's weird how the YouTube algorithm works. Also, you gotta post constantly, because if you don't post constantly, you will be put on to like a lower YouTube show bracket, basically. Yeah, that thermal paste just turned to dust. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you're not getting viewers from one spot, or if people aren't gonna like your videos from one spot, it's kind of nice that YouTube's making it so they will put your videos out to different countries if just one person watched that video. or liked it. It's kind of nice because it's a lot more viewers, especially from the Middle East. There's a lot of viewers from out there. Ukraine, I only get about 2% or 3% of viewers from there, so not a whole lot. But you watch a lot of time. Alright, so this one says ATI. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it does. The etching's almost gone. No. I wanted to see the RX 580 Pro, but the etching's like gone. Yeah, it just says the ATI. RV5. I think it's supposed to be a 7.5, but it doesn't even say the Pro. That's kind of sad. It's a very small chip, too. Yeah, I don't think no one can see it. That's very small. Yeah, I was really hoping to see the R580 Pro, because it should be right around the same architect, but it's the Pro version. So the Pro version ran also a DirectX 9.0C, I believe it is. Most of them ran the DirectX 9, but they didn't run the C version of DirectX 9, which is a different DirectX version apparently. Yeah, this needs to be cleaned. Oh, oh man, I didn't know it was broken. I was wondering why no one was going to it. Ah, I'm gonna have to, I guess, reset it up. I'm sorry. No one told me it wasn't working. My apologies on that. I'll have to reset it up for everybody. It should be working, but it could be expired. It has been up for a while. I will reset it up after the stream here. I was wondering why no one was joining it. Does the link for the Instagram still work? So I'm trying to post more to Instagram. More or less like set up pictures and boards and that. That side's fairly clean. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so maybe it is expired. Odd. Odd. I try not to bump the mic. Sorry if I do. This one's actually got some bad spots on it. This uses Hynix memory chips. Which are basically, it's all the older ones that will be using Hynix, most of them. Yeah, thank you for telling me there, Yuri. I was really wondering why people weren't joining. I checked like every day. I was like, wow, really? Still? Just my friends on Discord were on it. 1660 Super. Colorful V2. Changed thermal paste recently. Yeah. Thermal paste recently. The thermal pads was destroyed, but I kept some first time. Yeah. So the thermal pads nowadays are not really built the same unless you buy the super extremely expensive, which are those icy styles, you know, those really expensive ones, those icies. They have a layer on them that makes it so they stay together and they're more durable. The older ones, the old thermal paste or thermal pads were the same. So The ones on this one were the same. They were basically like the premium lineup thermal pads, and these can just be reused over and over and over and not be oily. Kind of sucks that they got destroyed. How was changing the 1660 Super? I've only done one, and it was an MSI 1660 Super. It wasn't too bad to do on the MSI one. What do you mean, VFX or stupid marketing? Yeah. Yeah, freelance would be a lot better for a lot of people, to be honest. Really? Takes 2 months to ship? I mean, do you have Amazon out there? Amazon would be better, but AliExpress does have some pretty good deals. Apparently, Wish 2 is getting good. Yeah, this one was fairly dirty compared to the other ones. I mean, I don't know if getting into any kind of like PC stuff is really worth it for some people. Especially nowadays. I mean, it's just a crapshoot. Yep, you can buy used too. eBay is not bad for used. Just more or less just check on the seller. The seller has like a 97% rating. They're usually pretty good. I buy a lot of stuff used. The PC basically I'm using now is all used. From the motherboard, water block, CPU water block. None of the RAM or anything like that's used. New graphics card. New or used Thermaltake D5 pump reservoir combo for the custom water loop. That was used, and it was like brand new when I got it. Very good price, like a third of the price. Like a $300 PC pump I got for $85. Crazy good buy. And I'm just gonna use some Thermalrite on this one. On Jort. No point in using my stuff. It's too expensive for it. I'll have to do a close-up spread. Yeah, I don't know why people have to buy new all the time. You can save like half the price on buying used, even though it's could be it gets marked as basically new. It's basically new. Oh yeah, I forgot. Are you going through all that still? Holy. I thought it'd be almost done and over with by now. Yeah, your shipping right now is like messed. It's been messed for like past few months. You should check on. There are like third party, not like UPS and that, but there's also different kind of shippers, and they'll do like a weekly or a bi-weekly, so every other week shipping. You should see if they would do some of your shipping for you. There's different companies, and it could be different from where you are, especially Lebanon. Oh, we gotta do a close-up spray. Close-up spray. Can you see? Can you see? Oh yeah. And we'll put the wrist on that. Yeah. Yeah, there's some things now that just cannot be shipped anywhere. There's some like was it PC parts that won't be shipped to certain countries anymore. Ryzen 5 3600. Um, do you have a preference? So, are you an AMD fan? Are you an Intel fan? Are you an Nvidia fan? Or does it not matter? That's really the question nowadays is, are you a fan of a certain company? I'm not a fan of any company. The 720 watt power supply is just fine. You can go up to like a probably a 3070, no problem. But for $300, getting a 3070 is gonna be hard. I'd say like a 1080 Ti for that price. You can get it used, shipped to your place for that price. New, uh, new for that price, you could do like a 6400, but a 1080 Ti would still beat the performance. Also depends on what you're doing with it. Are you just gaming on it? What games? Are you streaming? Are you doing any kind of editing, uploading, and coding? Certain things could outweigh some things on it. You can go for a different kind of graphics card that might be even cheaper than 300 and give you the performance you want. Doesn't matter. So stuff. Yeah, okay. Well, for around 300, well, I mean, for around 300, if you have a graphics card right now, so I have an idea what to beat, because I know the 2060 Super, 2070 Super, and sometimes you can find 2080 Supers for that price, and they're great for uh, all of that. Great for gaming, great for compiling and coding, and they're not that pricey. I'm not sure if you can find 28 Supers for 300 shipped to your place, but fairly close. Yeah, 28 Supers beefy. They're beefy. They're they're good. For AMD, AMD is not really. They're more gaming than uh like encoding and editing, that kind of thing, in my opinion. And from what I've seen and heard, NVIDIA is the way to go for that. But yeah, like I said, 2060 Super, 2070 Super, and 2080 Super you can find for very good prices. These brackets are so annoying. First gen? First gen what? What gen we talking about? What are we going back to for first gen? First gen NVIDIA, first gen ATI, first gen AMD. What kind of first gen are we talking? First gen HD series? First gen RTX series? First gen GTX series? First gen GT series? I love old graphics cards and old stuff, so it doesn't really matter what generation it is, it's still awesome. It's still awesome, especially the older stuff was way better. You didn't have to do as much to them to overclock and get like twice the performance. Nowadays, you can get maybe 20% performance increase. But yeah, for like a Ryzen 5 3600, those graphics cards I listed there are plenty enough for it. Won't be much of a bottleneck either, CPU wise. I'm looking at price as the max I can get from NVIDIA 4068 gig or 306012. And honestly, the 6700 XT 12 gig I've owned, amazing card. If you are really into like editing and encoding and really need the encoder, the 4068 gig would be better. It's good for gaming. It might only have 8 gigs of VRAM, but the encoder is like twice the power of the at least twice the power of the 6700 XT and the 3060 12 gig. The encoder, the 12 gigs of VRAM do help out a bit for gaming, but not much. The 6700 XT is nice though. That's all I know. But the 4060 for encoder wise and all that, it outbeats all of that. I use a 3070 Ti for all of my editing and encoding, only due to the fact it outperforms my 2080 Super greatly, but the 2080 Super is still just fine. Like, it's still good for 4K editing and up. The 3070 Ti, if you're doing like close to 8K editing, you can do that just fine with it, but you're gonna need a CPU to go with it. So, kind of a toss-up too. I need that. Oh no. Oh no. I asked a screw. The prices, I don't know if they'll drop that much by the new year. The new CPUs that are coming out, and there's no new kind of graphics card that's gonna come out to beat anything, so the prices are gonna be the same for a while, I do believe. Not unless you can find some used prices that are fairly low. But for new, good luck. I'm still here. I'm finding a screw. Oh no, I lost it. Oh, found it. I got it. I knew I could find it. Me too. Because I don't think I have replacement screws for these, because they're like just the right size. Alright, so there's the fourth one down. The X1300 Pro is done. It looks good. All done up. So that is the fourth one down. Which one? Oh yeah, so you gotta do the 8600 GT. Oh. So we'll put these off to the side. I'll be right back. It won't be too long. All right. Right. Oh yeah, it's a GTS NX 8600 GTS. GTO GTS. It's fairly close, but they're not the same architect. Here we go. So a lot of people have seen this one before. I just love the graphics on these old ones. This one came out 2008 as well, or 2009-ish. This one's been in the LGA 1366 overclocking system that I've been doing, like Bog Episode 1, which is the budget overclocking guide. This is not for budget overclocking. These cards are, even used, are like $150 now. So yeah, so the soul leaving the body when you lose a screw on something like this is very, yeah, I feel it. I feel it too, man. I feel it. Alright, man. I will try to get that Discord up and going. You say hi to your grandma for me and have yourself a good day as well, man. Take her easy. Hush. We are gonna take apart the NX 8600 GTS. So this will be the fifth graphics card that I take apart now. I do like these DeWalt boxes, by the way. They are good for taking apart stuff because they have a clear top. So the clear top also has like trays built into it. What is holding that? Oh, this one's fairly clean. This one was definitely not in a smoker's house. Very clean, very shiny. Not like that 1900. That was definitely from a smoker's house. So just like the other one I have. Yeah, I can see the chat, man. With the next stream that I do, I'll make it so, like on the side here, I'll make it so everyone can see the chat. I know it looks a little bit nicer if everyone can see the chat. I can see the chat though. I have the my phone up. Oh, did you? I sent the same message about my Ryzen used option. Can you get that? Oh. Oh. Oh, my apologies, man. The Ryzen AliExpress take 2 months to arrive. If I order, what do I do? So you're looking for a Ryzen CPU, or is it that you cannot get it used at all shipped to your place in Lebanon? So I'm not sure if Lebanon's going through that shipping problem, same as the other places right now. I know there's a few places that are having shipping issues due to the war that's going on, which is a shame, to be honest. Just a shame. Yeah, okay, so it just takes a lot of time. Are you looking for a specific graphics card and don't mind waiting, or do you have a price point on which you can go? Yeah, Facebook Marketplace. The only thing I don't like about Facebook Marketplace is like you're not sure if that person's like most people I find from the Facebook Marketplace are minors. They say they don't mine on them. Wow, none of my screwdrivers fit these. I should have one more. Facebook Marketplace is good, but like I said, I don't trust a lot of people. So. Oh, that's what you're saying, first gen. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. So yeah, even though they're first gen, they're still Ryzen 5. They're not Ryzen 3. They're still a Ryzen 5. The 1600X is pretty good. It can be overclocked quite a bit too. In my opinion, always get the Ryzen's X versions, just because you can overclock them and get the performance. I used to have a lot of AMD products. A lot of my motherboards from over the times just started dying, so I never replaced them. But yeah, the 1600X is a good CPU. Oh, we got the good thermal pads on this one. Yeah, wow. Yes and no. More cores is better for certain applications of software, yeah. Higher speeds is better for getting certain applications done faster. Speed will always beat a lot of things, unless you have like a Threadripper, but not a lot of people have that kind of money. How much money are you looking to spend? Because you can get, like, do you have like a limit on how much you can spend? And I'm pretty sure the 1600X is an 8 core, right? I could be wrong. It's been a while since I have looked up. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, that's a 3600X, the 8 core. That's the 4 core 1600X. Yeah, maybe you're right. Only because it's a GPU base. Okay. Um, so I'm guessing you already have the AM2 board or AM3 board for it. It's AM3 board, I think, right? You need the motherboard for it. Yeah, because any of those options is good. The Ryzen 7's could be better for some things, but if you know how to overclock, again, the Ryzen 5 1600X is my choice. But then you'd also need an aftermarket cooler. So a Ryzen 7 1700 would be just fine with a stock cooler. Alright, so what do we have for this graphics card here? NVIDIA. So we got a U7 instead of a B. We still got the Taiwan, still the P2257. And now we got the G84-400-A2. So we're back to the A2 dies on this one, which is the 8600 GTS. And this one had 80 or the A2 as well. That's the 8600 GS. And this one had the G blah 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 A1, and this is the 9500 GS. Okay. These dies just going back and forth with the A2s and A1s. It's even all the way up until nowadays with the actual chip A1, A2. They've always changed it. ASRock Extreme 4 is an option for me at 130. That is a nice, not half bad. That's all things, even RGB and buttons. GPU. What GPU, by the way? Looks for a laptop. I don't like laptops. If you get a laptop, you have to get a laptop cooler, in my opinion, or that laptop's not going to survive very long. $130. Great. For GPU, depends on what you're doing again. You're saying mostly software, some gaming. 2060 Super is good, 2070 Super, 2080 Super. You don't have to go crazy. The encoder is still all the same from the 2060 Super to the 2080 Super. Just the 2080 Super might be a bit better in gaming while you're like recording. Oh, on the desk. Okay, so you just do on the desk for your laptop. That's not too bad. For the graphics card, I mean, you can go with any newer laptop anyways. You can save some money and then just get the APU. So the CPU that's built in graphics cards are really good. Oh, the blue one on my desk. Oh, my bad. Yeah, this one here. Yeah, it looks like it's for a laptop. This graphics card came out in like 2008, 2009. This is an 8600 GS. So like this one, even though it's red, it's a red one. It's still an 8600, but this is the 8600 GTS, so it's one where you can overclock it. My bad. Yeah. Yeah, this one right here. It's just an old graphics card, an 8600 GS. I've already taken apart this one and just re-thermal paste it, clean it up. Also took apart the cooler on it because I wanted to see how clean it was. Wasn't bad. The thermal paste wasn't half bad on it either. Like they all seem to be crumbly and dried, so that's why I'm repasting everything. Yeah. So I've already went through these ones, and these ones look fairly similar to each other. If I can There. So this is an Asus one. This one right here, Asus. And this one right here is just like a stock one, basically from NVIDIA that they threw out. 8600. Oh, sorry, 9500 GS. So this is a 9500 GS and 8600 GS. This one right here came out of a smoker's house. And this is an X1900 GTO. Yeah, GTO. They have different versions of GT and GTO. They're kind of the same. This is an X1900 GTO, and it came from, like, this one right here you would find in a Mac, like the old Macs, those old steel cans, basically. And this one came from a smoker's house. It did not work when I got it. I had to completely clean it up to make it work. Low baller seller? No. These are like scrapyard finds, like electronic scrapyards, and you can just pick them up very, 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 very cheap. Especially if they don't work, if they're just in a bin. That's usually how I find them. I just find them in a bin, and then I'll go over them real quick there, see if there's any damaged components. If I see damaged components or like a broken PCIe pins on this, I just won't bother with it. If I know I can solder on a new SMD, so any one of these little components on there, if I can solder it on, if I know I can, I'll grab it as well. I love these. I love old graphics cards and that. And this one here that I take apart and rethermal pad is the X1300 Pro. And this is also another graphics card from before 2010. I just do all this stuff for, just, I don't know. I'm one of those weird guys that likes to have something that a lot of people have, but I like to make it better, kind of thing. Overclock everything and try to get the best score. I think I'll just use some thermal right on this. Just some more thermal right. Such a weird design. I used to sell CPUs. I mean, I could start selling them again. I used to buy CPUs by like the hundreds. Like boxes of CPUs for a decent price. And then I would sell them for an even better price for other people. What, a CPU? The CPUs that I generally sell are Xeons. Like these. I ship them all around the world too. Depending on where you are, it takes a while to get to you. Like these are just Xeons X5570s. They're more or less for people that want to put them in like their servers and that. I got hundreds of them. I've sold hundreds of them too. So weird to line up. There we go. Get me a Ryzen. I don't have any Ryzens. The only CPUs that are Ryzen or AMD are old stuff. That's all I have. It's hard to find Ryzen's now. The only Ryzen's I see on like anywhere that's sold anywhere near me are nothing good. Like nothing good. I'm not sure if like the CPUs are breaking or whatnot around me, but everyone's just they're not good. They're not good CPUs. They're like the first gen CPUs no one's selling or no one's buying. I don't know. Again, Intel owns most of the market, so that's why I stick with Intel. Ryzen, yeah, Ryzen's are good. I can't complain. But when AMD only owns like 13% of the market and Intel owns still like 76% of the market, even though they went downhill a bit, it still says something. Yeah, yeah, it's insane. I put up videos once in a while on the stock markets and what's like actually being done in the CPU market. A lot of people think it's AMD. Oh, AMD, AMD. Nah, AMD only owns about 13% maybe of the market, and they haven't gone up much since Intel went downhill. And Intel downhill is literally no. This is worldwide. We're talking worldwide. Intel owns before 2 months ago, Intel owned 83% of the CPU market. 83%. Yeah, Intel outbeats AMD all day, every day, and it's a fact. It's not me being an Intel fan or anything. AMD can't keep up. I mean, the Ryzen 7000 series, when they first launched, their CPUs and motherboards were literally blowing up. The CPUs were blowing up with the motherboards. That's nothing. I mean, that's more compared to Intel's issues with their degradation on their CPUs. Like their CPUs are literally blowing up, and people just kind of swept underneath the rug. It is. It is an old statement, but a lot of people have forgotten that statement. And they are going, oh, Intel, Intel. Well, did you forget about Ryzen 7000 series? Ryzen 9000 series? You have to go through an absolute step-by-step basics to get the CPU to run properly. And now apparently there's a new Windows update supposed to make it a little bit easier, but you still have to go through like a step-by-step process to make the new CPUs actually work the way they should. You should be able to put a CPU in a motherboard, put some RAM in it, turn it on, and get the performance that you paid for. No, you have to jump through the hoops, download this, update this. Oh, no, don't do that. Put this on the BIOS. Make sure this is set the right way to get the performance that they're saying is what you're supposed to get. In my opinion, that's not supposed to happen. But it's worth it. But it's worth it. At least Intel, I can put it in my motherboard and it still works the way I want it. I don't have to download a certain BIOS. I don't have to well, now I guess, yeah, you can download a certain BIOS, but from all the testing I've done and have seen, it doesn't really matter for Intel. I will say Intel is overpriced, but have you seen the new prices for AMD due to the fact that they think they're so good? Their prices are up there now, matching Intel's 14900K price. I will say though, AMD is so much nicer to overclock on for their DDR5. The AMD's Infinity Fabric mixed in with the RAM is just, I don't know. AMD and Intel should like collaborate, maybe like join forces and make the ultimate brand of overclockable CPUs, overclockable RAM, everything, because AMD is so nice to overclock on for RAM. Not the CPU itself, but the RAM. Now we're in a weird spot, eh? So put that under. This back into there. I need smaller fingers. I should plug that in first. Yeah, cache too. No. You can't really say much about cache. If you've looked into my last video too with the new Intel's 285K lineups, sorry, their Ultra lineups, their new series, a lot of cache. They have a lot of cache as well. Not as much as AMD, but like the 3D versions, not as much as them, but apparently, again, there's a new leak as well with the new Ryzen 9000. Apparently, they're going to be coming out here soon with the 9800 3D. So, hopefully that's good. No, they could, nah, they couldn't get it up that high. You're right. That's a lot of cache for the L3 cache, I believe it is. That's a lot of cache. Like, it doesn't seem like it's a lot looking at 32. Ooh, 32 megabyte. Oh, that's a lot of cache. Like, the speed with the cores and that is just for more or less single-threaded applications. The single frequency is good. AMD can't keep up with Intel on that. The 14900K, KS, or KF are all insanely good for the actual frequency. With the one video that I have out, the 285K, there's no hyper threading. You still get 24 cores, but there's no hyper threading, so it's just strictly 24 core. The frequency they're saying is only going to go to like a 5.7, a 5.5, 5.4, 5.5 all core. But even though that frequency isn't like the 6 gigahertz like nowadays for the 14900Ks, the performance is still going to be like a way faster single core, and that's due to the fact Intel has more cache now in their lineups with only in their 285K lineups, like their 200 series. I forgot how they put it. They're gonna do 3 280s or 200 series or 285 series, so like a 285K. There's multiple different variants of it, but the highest one is gonna have a lot of cache, and the frequency is not gonna be as high, and a lot of cores. So I don't know. There needs to be another leak on it. I've only found 3 and trust 2, so I only put out the 2 leaks that I know, and the one was the newest one. It's okay. Yeah, it's a 3D render. You do need that cache, and you need a lot of RAM. So Ryzen is good for that. Just because you can do like 6400 or 6800 mega transfers on, more or less 6400 mega transfers on 128 gigs of RAM, no problem. And that extra cache just flows in with it all nicely. For the speed wise, gaming, of course, is single core threaded applications is better for frequency. I miss my 13900KF though. Like 6.2, 6.3 all core. If I had lower temperatures, 6.5 all core. I mean, you can't beat that. No, nothing beat that. You could not beat that. The only problem is it was drawing like 460 watts. It was crazy. 280 watts in game just from the CPU. So then you're adding on the GPU. That's another 300 watts. RAM, fans, everything else. It's like you have to have a 1,000 watt power supply just to game on. So that is the only downfall with Intel. But Intel's new lineup that they're just saying, this is just a leak, just rumors. It's gonna be 100 watts less. So their startups are gonna be around Ryzen's, AMD's. And by the way, AMD lied again about their processors. Their processors that were supposed to be at 60 watt to 90 watts have now been upgraded to 120 watts. So they're no longer 60 watt or 90 watt. They're 120 watt TDP. So they don't have the efficiency that you would think due to this new update. It's now they have 120 watts. But again, Intel is taking away 100 watts. So now from the 300 watts down to 200 watts, and you're getting more performance than a 14900 KS. I want to see these. I want to see these scores. I want to see these scores, man. AMD's great. I mean, if AMD can keep their price to where it is now, and they don't go, damn, Intel has gone downhill, but Intel hasn't gone downhill. They still own over 75% of the market. If Intel AMD keeps their products at the same price, same value, and stops, if they just let their customers know that the performance isn't that gonna be good until they get a certain Windows update or a couple of updates and that down the line, and let people know that this is what they're gonna get now, people might just buy it now, like they did with the Intel Arc series, and then with that software update or whatever update on the BIOS on the motherboard, and get like a 50% increase in performance from an update, people would do it. Instead, they're lying about what's happening. They're saying, oh, you buy this, you get this. No, you have to jump through the hoops to get all the performance. You have to pay. It's fairly close now to the 14900K price. So, I mean, like, the price wise, it's not that good. Their efficiency, AMD's efficiency has always been unmatched. So, of course, their efficiency is still amazing. But I have to see the test versus the 285K versus their new CPU. So not their 9950X, whatever one's gonna have the most cores. Because in overclocking, it's cores versus cores, and not what's the best versus the best. I know, kind of me talking a lot on this and going that, but there's a lot that goes on to the actual performance wise, how much TDP you're actually using, because what they say is not really what you're using. Do you need to have a 6 layer, 8 layer, or 10 layer PCB, like as in for your motherboard? Do you need to have a $200 motherboard, or do you need that $1,000 motherboard to get a certain RAM speed, like it was before? And that's what I would like to see. Is I would like to see more of these manufacturers putting out these $200 motherboards that you can do everything that you should need to do for enthusiast grade overclocking, for RAM, for CPU, for, like, you don't need as many NVMe drives. You don't need to have as many PCIe slots. You might just have one PCIe slot, because that's all there is. There is no more SLI. It's gone. It's gone. So we only need one PCIe slot nowadays, especially for the power of the graphics card. You only really need one or two NVMe slots. You only need two really DIMMs of RAM DIMMs. for the higher end boards, 4 DIMMs for if you want 128 gigs of RAM. But I mean, you don't need these, like what I have, a $700 motherboard. Why does no one needs a $700 motherboard just so they can overclock their RAM to 8,000 mega transfers? It's not my CPU, it's the motherboard that allows me to do it. And a lot of people were buying all these CPUs just because, oh, it had a better this, better that, better SP value for the overclocking RAM. No, it's your motherboard. The motherboards were the ones that are doing it. It's all them. And if certain BIOS on a certain motherboard makes it so I can overclock 600 megahertz mega transfers more than another BIOS. So what's really going on? Is it the manufacturer's just going, because they didn't spend this amount of money, we won't give them this function here? Or could they be nowadays if they just went, okay, we can do this for $300 for the motherboard, a $200 CPU, and we're beating all the other generations? They would sell like hotcakes, and that's like $500. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's more or less I'm ranting on the motherboard manufacturers, CPU manufacturers, stating certain facts of products that have not came out yet, and when they come out, they're total garbage compared to what they're saying that they should be doing. Or you have to do all these certain things to get it to perform what they say it will perform at. Or you get these CPUs that it only runs at 95 degrees Celsius no matter what. Or no matter what kind of cooling solution you have, it will run at 100 degrees Celsius because it uses that much power. I just think they need to go back to the basics, slow down on all these up games and stuff, and make reliability. People want reliability, have always wanted reliability in this kind of things. And if they say you can overclock something and you overclock it and you void the warranty just from putting an XMP on, then state that. State if you put any XMPs on or any kind of overclocking, even though you're allowed to, if it's allowed by the manufacturer, it shouldn't void the warranty. And it's always been that way. At least with these older chips. These older chips, I mean, you could overclock them, and they were allowed. You were allowed to overclock them. Now, even though it has that K, the unlocked, it says it's unlocked. You're allowed to do this. It can do this, but you're not allowed to. As soon as you do that, you void warranty. But they don't tell you. They don't tell you. They need to. And that's the one thing with the new Intel CPUs with their degradation. I guess you can't even see. It's 13900 KF right there. So this right here is technically under warranty still, and then I can extend the warranty. I've taken apart the CPU, I've deleted it, I've lapped it, I've done everything to the CPU, so it doesn't matter if about the warranty. There's no warranty with me. Everything I have is overclocked, not stock, done my way. The CPU is broken. My fault. I did direct die with a direct die you're not really supposed to use. It was fine. So like the 100th time taking it out and testing it and trying to lap the CPU, when I put the direct die back onto it, I broke the CPU. My fault. But I tried to do the Intel's warranty just to see what it'd be like. So I, set it all up, blah, 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 and this and that. It was a hassle, complete hassle. And then they're asking me these certain questions, and they're going, did you Enable XMP. You know, if you enabled XMP, it could void the warranty. How much is this used? If this worked used, I could sell this for 600. Used 600. New they sell for 750 800. When they first came out, they were about 1,000 for the CPU. So there's a heat spreader for this one. So this is a 12900K. So after doing this one, after accidentally breaking it, I have this one as well. So I might have done the exact same thing and then finally realized what the problem was with the direct die and that I don't use direct die anymore. Because, yeah, like $700 or a $500 used, yeah, no longer works. Yeah, not the overclocking, this kind of stuff. Yeah, you're talking like thousands upon thousands. But yeah, no, it's my fault. I figured out what the issue was too far down the road. So now I'm just using a 12600K. You can find them used for like 200 bucks. Not too bad. Still 10 core CPU. You can overclock them quite a bit too. I do have a couple of records on the 13900K, and the 12900K did some good scores. But I mean, you gotta have the cooling for them. So like the 13900K, when, like I said, overclocking it to like a 6.3, 6.4. I think I have one test at 6.5 gigahertz at all core. Just on the P cores, it was drawing almost like 500 watts just on P cores. So it's crazy. Hey, I'm not rich either, man. I'm not rich either. Just take your time going through stuff that you're looking to overclock. I do overclocking, so I'll look for stuff like these CPUs, and I'll buy a whole box of CPUs for a certain price. And then you can sell certain CPUs. You can just sell the CPUs that you don't want. Make up some money, loss money. But yeah, there's the 8600 GTS all done. Oh, what should I do now? Should I do the little guy? The little HD 5450? I haven't done it, so I should. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of years of just taking my time and buying graphics cards, buying CPUs, motherboards. Like I got probably 20 something motherboards. And you kind of need them. You kind of need to have all these motherboards, CPUs, and GPUs if you want to get into overclocking and being up on the scoreboards. I am top this season. I am top 5 in Canada, top 100 in the world. I got 6 records, 4 records on my 3070 Ti. I don't like these style. stupidest clips. There we go. Start a Twitch. Yeah. Yes and no. If I start... A leaf just came out of that. A leaf. Look at that. A leaf just came out of the GPU. Okay. I don't know if I should start a Twitch. I know you can get paid for it, but you still need to have a certain amount of viewers in that. Like, it's not like you just get paid. And, like, I have enough subscribers on YouTube. I just need the hours on it, and that can be monetized. Wow, this thermal paste is really old. The plastic razor's barely touching it. It's so hard. Like, it's so hard. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll do a Twitch, or if I get enough people that tell me, oh, you know, I'll follow you on Twitch, then maybe I will, but for now, YouTube's alright. We're almost there at monetization. Oh my god, this thermal paste is so kicked on. Someone texted me about a Ryzen 5 5600X. Nice. Used overseas 12 days to arrive. What the ideal price to get this 5600X? Probably like, if you can get it for like 160 to 220, it probably wouldn't be half bad. Probably 160 though would be your best price. Like shipped, with shipped. You can try to lowball them 100, but shipping it alone will be like $30. So you only make $70 on the CPU. That's not much for a 5600X. And I'm saying Canadian money too, so I'm not sure what the 100 is. Alright, so this is an HD 5450, and it says this is made in Taiwan. The numbers are so small. 215-0767003. The 5600X used, it's usually from the prices that I've seen is 160 to $220 used. Yeah, but that's like, this can be so hard to clean. But yeah, that's usually the price that I see. It varies. It really does vary. 160 to 220. Yeah, the thermal paste. Still not even all of it. He said he can get it for 130. I don't know. Does the guy is the rating? It depends on the guy's rating. How long has he been on? You said you're on Facebook, right? So if the guy's rating is good and he's been on Facebook for longer than 3 years, then I trust him. Hey, Yuri. How's grandma's? We got a lot done since you've been over at your grandma's there, Yuri. You've gone through like 3 more graphics cards. Right now I'm trying to clean up the thermal paste on this one. It's really bad. Really bad. Ooh. Dumplings are good. I like dumplings. Yeah, I should visit my grandma at some point too. I haven't seen her in years. Oh, we gotta do a close-up. We haven't done a close-up on this. So I just cleaned the thermal paste off of that. It was really bad. Nothing special about this card. Just a low profile HD 5450. Hey, I don't know. That's thermal paste is really nasty. I am gonna use some thermal right because this die is so small. I'm probably gonna use like nothing. Yeah, didn't need much. Did not need much for that one. I have not done the 1080 Ti yet. The 1080 Ti is gonna be the last graphics card. I'm trying to make this stream as long as I can. Because I'm trying to get as many hours and viewers as I can for this one. But I have not done it yet. So, you are in luck. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. There we go. And that was a fairly simple one. Yeah. The 1080 Ti is still here in the box. We'll be doing that later. That's like the the one that's I'm hoping it's gonna take me a while to clean too. I haven't cleaned it in a long time. I'm gonna be dreading it. It's a lot more to do than these graphics cards, that's for sure. Hey there, Hammond. Yeah, if you're buying on Facebook, more or less how long they've been on Facebook Marketplace or Facebook itself. It usually says it on the seller, how long they've been on. It's just better to have someone that's been on it for longer. That way. I might even do my 3070 Ti, even though it's the one I'm streaming on. Maybe I'll do that one tomorrow for a morning stream. It needs to be done. Fairly easy to take apart, but there's a lot of cleaning to do on it because it's copper modded. Voila. And the HD 5450 is thermal pasted up. Give it a little brush down. It's fairly clean though. Holy moly, we're just getting graphics cards done today. That was the 6th graphics card. 2, 4, 5, 6. That is 6 graphics cards done. Yeah. Um, is it a Rise? Is it AMD or is it Intel? Because yeah, if it was a Ryzen 3 or 4, if you pull too hard, even though it's locked down, it pull the whole thing up. Yeah, yeah, 53600. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're talking about for a GPU for it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. The with those coolers, it's you pull very gently and you do very small twists because it should let go. But even if you do pull it up, it's not like it's gonna hurt it. It's when you pull it up, you could hit something, so it's pull straight up. Could take a lot of force, and then you just have to re-put the tensioner bracket to put it back on. But yeah, someone was Facebook Marketplace, and he put a CPU up for sale, and it was attached to the cooler still, just like with the thermal paste just on it. I was like, man, it's gonna be a hard sell to do. He's like, it'll be fine. A year went down, it's still up for Facebook Marketplace. It's like no one wants to buy it because it could be broken. They know what happened to it. What graphics card do I have now? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We get another one. We got a Zotac GeForce 9600 GT. Oh, these cards just look so good with the graphics. This one does not work. It needs a new SMD on it. I put one on it that I know will work, but there's one up top that's a shunt, so a voltage shunt, and I'm not sure which voltage shunt it is. I need to get a new multimeter to check to see, and that's for the memory. So when I load up, the memory will error and I get a green screen. So I'll have to fix that. Yeah, it's such a this graphics card was the best for the time. One of the best, like the 9800 of course, but this was a very favorite by a lot of people. A lot of people. It played like CS or sorry, COD. It played COD, like the old COD. Um, Holy, like everything. Command and Conquers, well, that rabbit game, that toad game. I forgot what those are called. All those like Age of Empire games, and it ran them at good frames too. Nothing to shy about. Oh, which one will we need? Oh, I want to take that off first. So this one has some rust on it, so I might have to get some cleaner. Intel 620 HD. Yeah. 620 HD. 620 HD. So the 600 HDs were from the i7 4770s, 70Ks, the Ryzen, or not Ryzen, yeah, Intel i7 4770s, the 4570Ks. Those are all the Intel HD 600s. It's an i5 720U. Yeah, that's probably why it's the 620. It's still based off of like the 600s, so it will be fairly close to the graphics performance of one of those. The i5 720U is for like those small form factors. So I built my mom a i5 7500U, which is they're 7500 or 7700, but they're pretty good. Like they're pretty good for what, 35 watts or 40 watts. They're not much. They're not much. They're pretty good CPUs. I know I had to put a fairly good power brick for it. Let's check, see if we're missing any other screws that should be taken out, but nope. Yeah, 25 watt max. Yeah, for the 720U or 7200U. I'm pretty sure the 75 or 7700U is a little bit more. It's like 35. But yeah, they're great. Great. DDR4. SODIMMs. They use SODIMMs, so like laptop style memory. You can basically cool it by blowing air. Cool it down. Oh yeah. At least the leaf didn't fall out of this one. Still not very good though. Oh, it doesn't look half bad. It doesn't look half bad to me. Alright, so this chip die is fairly big. Again, NVIDIA, instead of a B or G, we got an L in the front of this one, L8. Long digit, no need to say it. S Taiwan, it's made in Taiwan, same as every other one. This one has a G in the first, so G94-300-A1. So we're back to the A1 die again, which they switch back and forth to for, I'm not sure if it's every generation or if it's for NVIDIA. So at the end of their chip die, they'll have either an A1 or A2, and I'm not sure if that is for their like higher end GPUs versus their lower end, because their 9600 GTs were more of their upper end versus their like 9500 GS or 8600s. 8600 like GS or something like that. Maybe I'll clean up the chips too. Some crap on them. Okay, I've never heard of this chip manufacturer before for the RAM chip. It is Qimonda. I'm probably butchering that. Absolutely butchering that. Qimonda. Qimonda? Qimonda. It's a QI. QI Monda. A lot of chips on this one. For only being a 250. No, it's a 1 gig. That's right. This is a 1 gig. Yeah, 1 gig. Alright, so we'll do a close up on this one like we generally do. and also take a look at the Kimonda. I haven't heard of this RAM manufacturer before, Kimonda. Generally, when I take off these, it's usually Hynix for the older ones. Never heard of Kimonda. They're nice and clean. Everything's coming nice and clean on this one. Thermal paste isn't half bad. Not bad. Let's clean up this. And so this one doesn't have any markings on it like the other ones. The actual cooler, but that's alright. That is alright. Might as well just use some Thermalright again. Don't have much of it though. That's fine. And we'll just get a little bit of close-up spread. Close-up spread. Can you see? Yeah, you can see. It's a lot bigger than the other ones. Definitely used quite a bit. Definitely used quite a bit more thermal paste on this one. Chip's so much bigger. And get off of there. Plug that in first because that would be hard to put in after. Literally rust from these screws. I wonder if I have any more spring screws. I mean, it's just surface rust. Actually, it came clean. Or if this one will. I don't know if this one will. It's pretty bad. This one's alright. That one's alright. Yeah, yes and no. Town, but not suburbs. I have a really good denoiser, like software denoiser for my mic. So you can't even hear the kids upstairs. So that's kind of nice. And I'm hoping you don't hear the extraction fan I have in the window, which is an 8-inch high-powered fan. like duct fan, like extraction fan. I have a really, I'm hoping everything sounds fairly good. Maybe if I'm talking, you can hear the stomping and the screaming kids upstairs, but no, not my kids. My niece. I'm not sure if my nephews are here. I don't have kids myself. Can't have kids if you can't have kids. That's good. Yeah, so the denoiser. I have two different denoisers on. OBS has their own, and then you can download other ones that work with OBS called Reap, and it takes away all of the noise besides your voice. Sometimes it's not very good. Like if I hit anything where my mic's attached to, even though the mic's on like certain, basically like elastic bands inside of a housing, if I touch it, you can hear that, and then you will hear everything. I'm glad it sounds alright though. You can only hear my voice. Yeah, like I said, I have an extraction fan in the window. I like to have the extraction fan going when I'm doing like the soldering or any kind of cleaning and that, so that way all the dust in that can go out the window. Extra dust can go out the window. Yeah, a lot of things happened in the past over the last couple of years, so I've had to move back in with not my parents, my mom. My mom and her boyfriend. Yeah, no, it's best not to live alone, man. I mean, if you can live with your parents or with your family members for as long as possible, in my opinion, do so. Um, their family, right? And it also helps save you some money that way. Yeah, it depends on situation. I mean, I moved out when I was 16 years old, and I just started moving. I had to move back in with my mom, not due to my own reasons, though, not because I want to. But I mean, it's not like it's the end of the world, right? Yeah, yeah, I hear you on that. I gotta get back onto that. I used to pay for the bills and that, but things have taken a bit of a turn for me, so it's hard to find work right now. I've been looking for a job, but it hasn't been exactly easy. I used to pay the bills. I've thrown my weight around. I put my weight around for people. So I would like to start paying my way again though, and so I can do more things that I want to do, like buy more graphics cards, buy more CPUs, that kind of thing too. Yeah, I never used to. Yeah, right. The American dream. I ain't American. I'm Canadian. Uh, I yeah, just started living in the cities and that. I more or less moved to the cities. I'm a country guy. Uh, I know country guy doing electronics, right? But no, I'm like the most redneck person you've ever met. Used to shoot deer, moose, bear, geese, chicken, and all that for to eat. I used to kill my own cows, pigs, and that. Used to butcher them myself with my grandfather. So all the way to now living in a city, because you can't really find work if you're not in a city anymore, especially in construction. Family of Linus. Not family with Linus, but don't live too far from him. Well, not now. I guess he's moved closer to BC area, I believe, but he used to be closer in Ontario, where I am. But yeah, there's Zotac GeForce 9600 GT. I don't even know if I would want to become his big as Linus either. Like he needs so many people to run his channels just to have those people. He needs them. He has no choice but to have 80 employees. I don't want to have employees. Alright, should we do the 1080 Ti or should I take apart and take apart 1070? To work on the team. Gotta move the curtain. The curtain to show the graphics. I don't know if I'd want to work on his team. It'd be, I guess, fun and all, but there's a lot of rules when you have big companies like that, man. I don't follow safety very well. I am not. Yeah, 1070. 1070. This 1070 has been shunt modded. I do have 2 shunt mod videos out there. Such a nice graphics card. Yeah, I've never been a big safety person. I've always been in construction and been one of those guys that would put a ladder on top of a ladder on top of a skyjack just to get 300 feet up in the air to tighten a bolt, or jump from scaffold to scaffold 300 feet up in the air, or no ropes up on a roof. I'm one of those guys. I don't care about that. I'm trying to get my job done. I'm safe. I do my own thing. I'm not saying the person beside me has to do the same thing. That's me. 2 spare memory slots on GPU. Can I add them and work like 6 out of 8 is placed? Only for his, not his actual employees. For the people that are in like probation, that he will set them up if they have like low income in that. He'll set them up if he sees that they have potential, and they have to put in work. They have to like a lot of work. What do you mean by the way you have 2 spare memory slots on your GPU? Can I add them and work like 6 out of 8 is placed? What do you mean? Can you add on memory chips on your GPU? Is that what you're saying on that? Or you talk about your memories, your GPU slots? Yeah. Um, so those I can show you here in a second. It should be on this one as well. Oh, get off. So, oh, I have to take the whole thing off on this one. That's right. Dang it. I can't show. Okay. So those slots that are on there are for usually a different version of a card that might be made in Europe, China, more or less China. So like the 28 Ti was like an 11 gigabyte card. You can upgrade the card to 22 gigabytes that I've seen, but you have to have the software. So you have to put in with like your own software, and you have to put that into Intel, and they'll have to sign off on it to say it works for that, and that's the only way you'll get it to work. soldering on a new memory chip onto that pre-soldered spot might not be for that. It might be for error correcting. It could be for multiple different things. It might not just be for memory. But more or less, yes, you can put a memory chip on that, but to make it work, you might have to redo the whole BIOS of the graphics card. So like NVIDIA, you'll have to put it a scripted BIOS for it, and then they'll have to sign off on it. Only way it'll work. Yeah, I've used to watch Linus from way back. Not gonna lie, I unsubscribed from him not too long ago because, like, at nighttime, all of a sudden, like, one of his videos would come on and it's really loud, and I really don't like his voice, so I love his videos. I love the way he does things. Like, he's such a smart guy. Carefree in the videos, but not really carefree in a way. But like him, like me, like him, and we're around the same age too. An 8 gig 1660 Super? No. I've only seen 6 gigs. That'd be pretty cool to see a 8 gig. No, Linus is great. Like, he's a great guy. I mean, but yeah, I think for he holds a company. He needs to make a certain amount of money, so he'll only make certain choices. He's lost a lot of money on 2 decisions he made so far, and he's trying to make up for the lost income. The lost income, like his new water bottles and that he's came out with, is to help with lost income. Not because he wanted to put them out there, because he lost money somewhere. The screwdrivers, oh my god, he sold 160,000 of them now? 160,000 screwdrivers, and they're like $80 screwdrivers. So you can think about how much money he made when all he spent on those screwdrivers was like $25 to make each one. 160,000 times what? 160,000 times, we'll say $55. It's insane. No, his sponsors and that have been great for him. Yeah, that's why they go back and forth from, like, he'll go back and forth from Intel and AMD, and just like how he's sponsored by AMD this year, that sponsor he got from AMD this year is only, he's gonna show certain cards. So in the background, like, he doesn't have to put it in every video. He doesn't have to talk about it in every video, but in the background you'll see like a Ryzen or something like that in the background. And that's his sponsors. Every video has to have like a Ryzen thing somewhere in the video. It doesn't mean he has to talk about it. And that's his one big sponsor for the year, and that's AMD this year. He should have stuck with Intel, but I'm thinking Intel was getting a big head and thinking Linus wasn't worth that kind of money. And I'm pretty sure that was Intel thinking Linus wasn't worth money. Linus is worth every fucking penny. Every penny. Only because he has so many social outlets. It's insane. So, I made my, well, I put my own screws and that to put the back plate back on this to make it work. Yeah, they are. The Intel 9 series is ruined. He lost a lot of money on buying a lot of stuff for videos from buying entire stores. No. No and yes. No and yes. He didn't really lose a lot of money on buying all those stores. he bought some of those stores because they had certain retro things that he didn't show. There's certain retro pieces that are like this big and can be in boxes, and these little pieces can sell for $20 a piece. And he probably spotted that, or one of his workers that knows a thing or two, like what's his name there? Andrew? I think his name is Andrew. He knows a lot about older tech. And if you see certain things and go, dang, if we just buy like this whole place for this amount, that box can pay for it all. And that's what a lot of people don't see, or he won't tell. I know a lot of people. I've done a lot of construction, so for people, and they've bought whole stores, whole mom and pop stores, whole big retail stores, just because they saw one box of like these little tiny magazines, these little tiny magazines, but there's like a couple boxes of them, and they saw the magazine was all in like pristine shape, all in the same, like box stuff, but they knew that each one of those magazines sold for $100, and they can just quickly add up. Oh, there's this many boxes of them. I can give this amount, buy this whole store, and pay for it with that one box. That's what I do with CPUs. I'll buy whole 100 of them or 200 CPUs, all of the same CPU, but they'll be like for like 25 cents per CPU. I wish I could find more deals like that. They'll be like 25 cents per CPU if you buy all 200 of them. So, but you could sell them for $20 a CPU or $15 a CPU. It wasn't bad markup. Yeah, right? Yep. We need some paper and shipping now. I don't know what it's like over there, really. I know here there's certain um, shipping companies that are not big name shipping companies, like something horses. There's something called horses. I don't know what its full name is. I haven't been told it in a while, but I know something horses. And they only ship like every other week or once a month. But it's to places like in random spots that you would never think of. And so instead of waiting like 6 months from like a big name place, you can go to this other place and have to get it. Okay, so this one doesn't have it. I thought this one would have it. The 1080 Ti I know has it because the 1080 Ti of this model is the same as the Titan model, so they'll have the extra pad on it. This one, I thought the 1070 did, but it doesn't. Yeah, I should get into the shipping and that. Apparently, it is good money, and they don't like insurance covers a lot of things nowadays if anything does go wrong. So there's 1070. So with this die here, I lapped the die a little bit, which is more of a enthusiast grade of doing. I wouldn't recommend anyone get into it, not unless you have old GPUs that you don't care about first to learn off of, because you will probably break your first one. But the laser etching that's in this is gone. It's completely smooth, so that way there's no really bad hot spot on this die anymore. And the memory chips are I put on these really good thermal pads, the ices. It's just so that way I can take it off and reuse them because they got the backing on them. Yeah. It's not gonna look very good because there's cat hairs all over it. Yeah, this is the good thermal pads, the ones with like the backing on them, so that way you can reuse them. The other ones they just fall apart if you try to take them off. I don't like them. Yeah, the core is very shiny. Oh, work of labor. Oh. Uh, I don't know. I've only ever really done construction. I'm not really a labor type kind of person anymore. I got a lot of skills around the trades, from limestone cutting to like roofing. So everything, framing, roofing, um, stonework, a lot of things. So I don't really care for the labor work anymore. I'll do the labor work if I have to, but yep, the core's nice and shiny. Lapped it all up. I don't know if I can show it really well. Just barely see the etching. Yeah, you just barely see it. So the etching's basically gone. I can go a little bit more with this one, but from the testing I've done, the hotspot is like from 15-degree hotspot up is now like a 6-degree hotspot. Difference between the actual temperature of the core and the hotspot is a 6-degree jump versus like that 15. It's pretty good. It's really good, especially when you put this just chilled water. So just chilling this down, not getting it like freezing, but just chilling this down gets crazy scores. And now it's shunt modded, so I shunt modded it. Here. So it's been shunt modded on all 4 of the SMDs that go into the actual voltage controller. Has been shunt modded, hard mod. I got 2 videos out there if you guys want to watch those. So it's the shunt mod makes it so the power reads from these power connectors and the PCIe makes it read like it's 90% less than what it should be reading out. So I can put as much power through this, so when I do the voltage core mod on this, I can put as much voltage as I can put to it without it crashing, without saying, oh, it's just too much power. That's what's nice about it. Yeah. Yeah, can you see the camera? Yeah, the camera's not half bad, so hopefully it looks fairly decent on the stream. I do record in 4K, but streaming due to being on Wi-Fi, I can only go to 1080p 60, so it's okay. It's okay. Um, it's not much I really need to do. The thermal pads are, again, like I said, reusable, so it's kind of nice on them. Fairly new too. I want to use my own thermal paste, of course, because the one GPU that I used this on from 2 years ago was still perfect, so I'm gonna keep using it. If you do, if anyone gets into a lot of this overclocking and completely repasting stuff over and over and over, if you use any kind of thermal paste with diamond grit, and you'll know it has diamond grit because it'll be really expensive like this. and like KP, Kingpins as well, or MXIC, I think it is, which is the Arctic. I'm pretty sure their icy kind has diamond grit as well. I make my own with diamond grit as well, so and it's not expensive. Diamond grit you can get very, very cheap. They can get a lot of it very cheap. As long as you get 70,000 or 80,000 grit. And if you use this, it will polish. It'll polish the dye, and it'll polish the metal that it attaches to over time and over use. It just happens. So that's just keep in mind, if you see any light scratches, it is from the diamond grit that's in the thermal paste. Oh, we need a close up. I missed the close up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now with the graphics cards and these past Maxwells, I will put on a lot more thermal paste just due to it uses a lot more power. So just to guarantee everything gets completely covered and caked, lots and lots and lots. I don't care about wasting it on these newer ones. Oh, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Everything looks good. I cleaned this not too long ago, so it looks good. It looks nice. But, there's something that I need to do. And I think it was on this side. Maybe not. I had a bunch of greasy oil somewhere, but looks right. The shimp mods look good on it still. I mean, as good as what they'll look. Looks good. Oh, I don't like putting this one on though. Alright, so we gotta put this back together. This is not fun. So this needs to line up there. Somewhere around there. That we get my finger all in that. And I need these little screws. There. Hammer. No. Magnet, stop messing with me. Stop it, magnet. Stop it. Thank you. Alright, that's easy enough there, I guess. One. Two. No! At least I have replacements of those screws. I think I might have to find a replacement. Oh no, it's right there. I got it. Oh, maybe not. Oh no. Oh, I guess it's good I got replacements of those ones. Alright. Replacement box. Ah. One. Good thing we got replacement screws for those ones. Alright, so that goes on there first. Now this cooler needs to go like this. Like this. Like so. Not too bad to do. Ooh. Right. Now we can put on VRM cooler. Backwards. Like this. Go. Stay where I want you. This. Oh, which one is it that I need to have on the outside? We need to do it like this. We need to have this middle screw in. So this one here, just I don't have, well, I do. I have the full body shroud for it, but I don't use the full body shroud. It's just a lot of screws. And I will put this graphics card not on this AIO. I'll put this graphics card on a actual custom water loop and chill the water. So I don't have the shroud on it or want the shroud on it. So I designed it so I can put the back plate back on it still. You just gotta put it on a certain way. That's all. If not, it won't. You can't put it on if you don't put it on the right way. So screw that was beside that holds the actual VRM cooler on it. Goes on after. Kind of nice. And I'll just hold this plate in the place for me as well. Voila. Guess I need to do that too. I got forgot. Guess it has been a while since I take this off. Hey. With tray, without box. I mean, I like to have the box. That's just me, though. If it has a tray, that's good enough, really. Like the packaging. I like the packaging. I like all the boxes, though. If I can buy with box, I will definitely ask with the box. But if the price is right, I mean, the price is right. You know what I'm saying? You ever watch that show? If the price is right. Oh no, I might actually have to find that screw. So I have to put this down through. There we go. There it is right there. Right? I think so. Yep. Sure is. Yeah. Oh. I got not just this box of screws. I got a lot of PC screws. Screws from GPUs, CPUs. No, is that what? Yeah, screws. Yeah. Also like certain tech bits, certain other screwdrivers, pieces for like graphics cards and that. I just have it on here. Extra screws for everything you can think of. Like graphics cards with the springs, those screws, C screws, standoffs for motherboards, certain screws, thumb screws, springs if you need them, everything in this one. Yeah, Linus. Yeah, screw. Oh, that's right. Screw. Yeah. Linus. I should probably watch some more of his videos. I don't know if he's doing any good videos lately, or I liked his older videos, like with his chiller, his like Threadripper chiller and that. Those videos were great. I like making my own things, so. That one goes there, doesn't it? Come on. Thank you. Oh, screw ripping sound. Yeah, no. I hope not. I don't want to rip no screws. I don't think I've seen him. Which video is that from? The only videos the bad ones that I've seen is him dropping usually like the graphics card or the CPUs. The $10,000 CPU. He dropped and broke a $10,000 CPU. Oh yeah, I forgot. That was like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It wasn't that long. His sister passed away. Rest in peace. Uh, did I thought he did a video with her not long ago too. Or does he have multiple sisters? I thought I only have one sister. I could be wrong about that though. What's going on? I can't get that in. Why you do this? Why you do this to me? Should go in there. That's the spot. That is the spot. Come on. Thank you. Oh, is this screw not long enough? Oh, no, we're good. That was the right one. Same day, server room flooded. Oh, yes, that's right. His game's broke and all that. Or his gaming server broke. I keep dropping screws. Yay, magnets. How did she pass away though? Was it cancer or something? Go. I mean, that's usually what happens with my family is cancer. A lot of cancer. Just a crazy, crazy, crazy thing. Boom. Boom. Everything is fitting nice. Alright, so this pop off. I'll take the screws off. That looks good. Everything looks good. Yeah. No, like I said, I used to watch his videos a lot, but recently I unsubscribed just because, like I said, I'd have YouTube going overnight, and all of a sudden his videos are really loud, but then all of a sudden like one of his videos would be like super loud, and I'd like wake up, I'd be like, why is this so loud? Like the volume's down like super low, but this one video is like destroy my ears at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And it's only because I was subscribed to him. It would just randomly go into one of his videos. Same thing with Gamers Nexus. I guess I could clean up the fan a little bit on this one, but it's just gonna get really dirty anyways because of what I usually use this one for. I might be putting this one into a new build for my brother and his girlfriend for whenever she's around. She likes to play Dead Season, I think it's called, and he plays Call of Duty. Works just fine for 60 frames. Yeah, not bad. Well, that's a 1070 done. 1070, so that's what? 6, 7, 2, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7 cards. 7 graphics cards are now done. Running out of room. Running out of room to store them. Should get my little card too, though. It's just over here. Oh. Oh. Alright. So this though is the NAS build that I will be finishing one day. I swear I will finish this one day. Of course I got it now. Oops, sorry about that. It's probably kind of loud. There we go. Well, we got some cat hair. We got some cat hair. Oh yeah. That's been underneath the desk for a while with no case on it. That's the GT610. It's a 2 GB card. Small form factor. Great to use for like modern day office PCs. These are really expensive, you know? These are like 130 US, 160 Canadian. I've seen them like $200 for a 2 GB. Not that loud? Okay, good. Sometimes I've noticed after the stream I go back through the stream to see if when I hit it, it was loud or not. And sometimes it's loud. It's really loud. This one had a lot of cat hair on it. Holy moly. Alright. This one will be fairly easy to clean. Oh, you have volume at 100? Okay, usually I have it a little bit better set. I can make it a little bit nicer for everybody. Let's go to sound settings. I might be able to raise it up a bit. Bam. We'll see. Here. Properties. Alright, that should be a little bit better. It's gonna be a lot more sensitive though, so you actually might hear the kids screaming upstairs now if I talk. Alright, that should be alright though. Put that over there. It'll be really sensitive now though, so if I do hit the mic, it will be loud. Holy moly. I'm gonna need an actual screwdriver, I think, for this one. Alright, good. I'll try not to hit it. These screws are on there. And I actually might not have a screwdriver on me for this one. So this one is Phillips, but I don't have the specialty bits on me. Oh no, where is that nut? I don't know if that will work. This is tight. Actually, that wasn't a bad hit. There. That right there is probably loud, and that's just tapping it. Nothing metal or anything like that. Guaranteed if I hit down here and that's not even close to the mic, you'll probably hear that. You'll probably hear that quite loud. Not unless the denoise is really working. If it's working that well, then I'm impressed. I do have 2 denoisers on it for it. Oh my! These shouldn't be that tight, I don't think. Like, that hurts my hand. Ow! Ow! Can't even see, but there's literally like spikes in my hand. Can't even show you. Look at that. There's spikes in my hand. Oh. Oh, thing. I'm sorry. I see Gabby now. Not too bad? Okay. Hey, welcome back, Yuri. Yeah, I'm trying to get this, it's a NVIDIA GT610. It's a 2 GB card. I'm trying to get the screws off of it, but yeah, I might break the screwdriver, and I don't want to break the screwdriver. So if I break the screwdriver, there's a chance of slipping and going through the board. Yeah, I can't get these screws off. I'm gonna break the screwdriver. Is that supposed to be like that? That's insane. It's a good fit. The screwdriver fits good. It's just, it feels like I'm going to break the screwdriver. I don't want to break the board or put it through my hand. That's odd. Like, they're not budging at all. I was able to get the bracket off, no problem. Yeah, holy moly, these pins are really sharp. I'm gonna grab the plate for this. So this should be the plate for this one. Yeah. Boom, like that. Now, do I have this? I know I have extras. Alright, man, you take yourself a good day, man. At least the rest of the day. Thank you for stopping by. Give us a life advice. Life advice. Don't take things too personal. Don't beat yourself up over the little things, and always cry over spilt milk. And with that note, you have yourself a good day, man. I hope that was a good life lesson. Pretty sure this screw should fit. Looks like it should. Bye-bye. Peace. Hoping this screw fits. What do you know? Well, looks like it's made for it. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah. Too small. Okay. Next. Yeah, one of these ones will work, no problem, right? Like this one? Nope. Still too small. Wasn't all about size. I know I have one that would fit, right? Nope. I should have also said, and as always, don't forget to get her done. That's always a great life lesson. There's a standoff piece that I need for this. That's good to have, though. I should put that in there. One. Do I have a secondary one? I think I do. I think I do. It's always good to have extra screws. Okay, that'll work. That'll work for that? What do you know? Perfect. Perfect. It's like it's made for it. It's like it's made for it. I need to find one more standoff screw. Will this one work? And this one going to be too off size. Yeah, I do have two of the right size, so use those two. Perfect. What do you know? Now, that might work for the other missing one on that one. Right? Shorter style? No, that's a longer style. Do I have another shorter style? I do not know. Does he not? Oh, please. Please. Yes. All right. This is how we do it. That's how you know I'm Canadian. This is how we do it. How we meant it. This is how we do it. Bam. Missing piece has been updated. All four on. Perfect. Same with this one, except for the VGA on it. I took off for because I don't need it. Oh, we gotta get a close up of the final product of me not being able to take it apart though. Alright, so I wasn't able to do much on this one. This is the fish style, they call it. The fish style. Fish style fanless. Made by Azus. And they also make, I believe it's the 710, GT 710. And they make an actual fish. So the actual look of the actual cooler is a fish, and they're limited edition. I'm pretty sure Lumi owns 2 of them. There's not that many left in the world. So that's graphics card number 8. Graphics card number 8 done. All right, and I'll be back in a minute. This is how we do it. That's free, Gabby. Very fast to see ya. You're sleeping anyways. Alright. Hey, wash up. Back in the ring. On. Resume. Resume. Alright. I'm back. Okay. So now we can set up for the main course. We can set up for the main course now. And the main course is going to be the 1080 Ti. So we're going to be going over this one. Clean everything up. Kind of want to keep that pile of thermal paste there. Where's my scraper? Oh, right there. I was looking right at it. Resting? In resting? What's in resting? Okay, so we're gonna keep this pile of old thermal paste. This bit too. I'm gonna show a thermal paste. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's show this thermal paste before we get onto the 1080 Ti here. I might leave the 2080 Super for another video with the 3070 Ti, so that way I have a graphics card in my system. That's fairly decent, so I'll probably put the 1080 Ti in my system for another stream for the 2080 Super and 3070 Ti. But there it is. There's all the bad thermal paste from those graphics cards. It's like powder. It's just like powder. That's how old that thermal paste was. It was just literally had to scrape it off. It's not good. Not good at all. So now I'll just clean all this up. Again, I do have extraction fan going, so most of the dust just gets blown out. It's kind of nice. Let's make my wall look nice again. There. Oh. All right. 1080 Ti. Bam. Try not to bang stuff around. An 80 Ti. I did get this used a couple years ago. The one nice thing about this, it came with everything. Still in its packaging. This did get ripped open, but everything was still in its packaging. It came with the stickers, came with the poster that I have up on the wall, which you can see like right there, part of it. So that's how I generally try to buy my stuff. Yeah, it really is. This was the dream. I mean, back when this came out, I didn't even have it. I had the RX 580. I had two RX 580s. I had the 4 gig and the 8 gig. The 8 gig was so good. Compared to when I got this right here is a completely different beast. It really is. And yet, if I compare this to like my 3070 Ti, my 3070 Ti is like 3 times the performance for about the same price. Used, these graphics cards, you could pick these up used, just a card. You won't get it in the box or anything like that, and the condition won't be that probably good. Like, this was mint. This was absolutely mint when I got it. And I got it for 300, and that's with the box, that's with everything. Now you can pick these up for just the card, maybe refurbished for 300, which is insane. Yeah, those SLI he had, he probably had like the 980s. Could be the 980 Ti's, and put those in SLI. The 980 Ti's were insane cards. They were. I would like four of them. I would like four of them, or five. I would technically like five of them, so that way I can go through the cards and see what one's the best one for putting them in SLI. But yeah, it's probably the 980s. If you had three of them set up on SLI, it'd be close to a 1080. The performance actually be pretty close to a 1080 Ti on some things, and that's only due to SLI. A lot of games, the performance wasn't good, but like say you're doing like developing or editing and stuff like that, and you really need those extra VRAM, the SLI was the way to go, because you didn't have much RAM like nowadays where you have 24 gigs on one card, or 16 gigs on one card, or like this one, 11 gigs on one card, even though this is just GDDR5X. Alright, I'm gonna check to see what kind of screws I need for this, or screwdriver. Looks like it's still the same one, roughly. Yep, still the same one. I'm pretty sure with this one, I don't need to go crazy with the screws. I just gotta remember to hit all of these screws. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That'd be insane. Yep. Gabagoo is wondering when people were gonna, or when she was gonna get up. She's been sleeping. She had her morning dinner and just wanted to sleep. You coming up? What are you doing? You come up, say hi. You come up, say hi. Yeah. Uh, Rubbing up against me and saying yeah is not gonna get you up here. And that's Gabby. If you haven't seen Gabby before, that is Gabby. She is a rescue kitty. She was at a shelter for the longest time, for over a year. She was fostered by many people, but was not able to foster her as she is a very special kitty. Hi. Yeah? Just don't be knocking it over. What you doing? Hi? You coming up? What you doing? Oh, I remember these screws and they're not fun. I have to hit every single one of these off. Alright, we'll start off with the easier screws to take off first. And we'll set these in the tray. Come on. These screws suck to take out. Like, I know I probably could take off. No, it still doesn't really matter. Just suck. They just suck. You have to have like a specialty screwdriver to get in to get a proper fit at least. At least they're spring loaded, so kind of makes them nicer. Now those are off. Pretty sure I need to. Which one was it? It's been so long since I take this one off. I think I have to take off these back 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, I have to take off all of those ones. Really? A lot of screws to take off on this one. I like the Zotac 30 series cards. They're amp hollows. They're so nice to take off. You can take off the whole fan shroud with 6 screws. Just the fan shroud to clean it. And then like the rest of it's like to take off the actual cooler. Again, it's only like 6 screws, I think, or 8 screws. All in a really nice location. So many screws. Oh, I think Gabby Goo's going back to sleep. They're fine. I'll use drill. Like an actual a high-powered 20-volt drill. I usually do. For a lot of my PC builds, I will. You just gotta make sure you know the settings. You can put the settings so like they're like a 1 foot-pound or like a half-pound torque. You can set them to like the actual rating for the screws. The small screwdriver, if you talk like the pencil ones, they're nice. But the only thing is starting them. So like if when you put a screw back into the actual wherever you're putting it, always start it off by hand, and then you can finish it up with the screwdriver or pencil screwdriver, whatever it is that is electronic. And then those electronic ones you can set for the actual rating for the screw, and they're fairly accurate. So I would say if you have the money and can afford it, then yes. Especially if you're doing a lot of this. Yeah, if it's like a really hard screw, like say to take out, then you can use something. But to put in, you would want to use something that's set for an actual torque rating for it. If not, then just use by hand. Then you go till it bottoms out. Then when it bottoms out, you just give a slight twist more. And that's how you know everything's good for PC stuff. That's just because it's fine thread. You don't want to destroy the fine thread. Yeah, I've built a lot of like fine furnitures and houses and stuff like that. So I'm used to using like high powered drills and stuff like that. And I know like the electronic drills, especially Milwaukee. The Milwaukee drills, like the M12, they're very, very good for the torque rating. Their lowest rating is like a quarter pound torque, which is like insane. It's awesome. It's amazing. Like you couldn't strip anything if you wanted. Like thin sheet metal, thin aluminum sheet metal, it won't even strip a screw through that. So you won't have to really worry about these long screws going in the steel. And if you ever watch a guy called Jay's 2 Cents, he will also say kind of the same thing. And he's an old-fashioned kind of guy. He's a hand screwdriver. I like my hand tools, so I like screwdrivers. But he'll even say electronic ones are just fine, especially if you're doing a lot of this. Just screw, screw, screw. It's just not good for your fingers, not good for your wrists. Am I missing a screw? That's good. That's good. That's good. That doesn't go through anything. That's good. That's good. That's good. It just feels like I'm missing something. This. Pretty sure. Just need to take off this. Yeah, let's say if it's a really hard screw, it's more or less making sure you have the right, because not all these screw heads will be the same. Like all Phillips heads are not the same. You might have a smaller or skinnier one. So that's why I have, gotta have them all in here. I moved the one. Actually, I moved them all by the looks of it. Yeah. But yeah, you'll have different sizes, and then like this is like a really skinny one, and this is like a different angle on it, so just having a better fitting screwdriver, which is better for taking screws out and putting screws in. Phillips are made so that way they are meant to camber, so when you put in a screw and then you twist it and then it skips, so the thread, not the threads, but the actual head of the screw and the screwdriver, when it skips over the thread, the teeth, I don't know how you want to call it, the actual profile, when it skips, it's camming, and the Phillips are made that way. They're made to cam, so that way you can't technically over torque and destroy the threads. That's why a lot of old wooder guys like the Phillips as well, and they also like the flatheads, because the flatheads you have to be more precise, as in you don't want to slide anywhere or skip off, so you're more or less just gonna hand tighten that screw in until it's flush. That's it. If not, you can destroy the look of the screw, and they're usually like a brass type screw for flatheads anyways. Now that's that. Am I missing? I shouldn't be. This should just that. Or is it just seriously all I have to do is that? Okay. I gotta get these connectors all out. It's also why I like these newer graphics cards. They're making it so you can not have to unplug any of the fans to take it all apart. That's kind of what I like too. You can service the part that needs to be serviced easier. Why would you not make it that way? There we go. Flip this. Do the same on this side. Oh, the cooler on this one's so cool. Come on, clip. Trying to do it as nice as possible, but you're not working with me. Ah, clip. Come on, clip. Does not want to work with me here. Oh. This one's fairly dusty compared to the other ones. I wonder why. 3 fan blades. Holy dusty. Okay. I knew I wasn't forgetting anything. Just a pain in the butt. I would love to get the Kingpin version of this. I should have bought the Kingpin version 2 years ago when I saw it for the price of $400 on eBay. It was $400 a Kingpin version, and when I looked it over, it looked really good. It now sells for like $1,000 used. It's insane. It's But the Kingpin version isn't much better than this version. We can thank an Asian overclocker for showing us how it's done. Beat Kingpin's best score with his Kingpin versions of this card, and that Asian beat the score with boughten out of the store, no mods done to it. Crazy. And then he did mods to it. Oh. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The scores are insane. You know, there's still scores from the 1080 Ti's in SLI that are still not beaten. Good. Say I hear it hitting a fan blade there. There we go. Pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Alright, so the cooler is not actually that bad. No, not really that bad. Alright. So the cooler's not that bad. That's kind of nice. This, though, so they made the cooler like a two-part cooler. It's kind of a nice, weird design, but this cooler works really good. So we got the main cooler off of this. This is the main cooler, which has its vapor chamber and its 3 heat pipes. Wow, it's more than 3 heat pipes. It's the main 3 heat pipes with the other 3 pipes. So the main pipes, so there's 2 main pipes. So I should show this. So there's two main pipes, I would say, 2 main pipes that go through, and they're the bigger, flatter main pipes that go all the way through onto the main fan and the secondary fan, and those will help cool the rest of the pipes that go just to the one fan. But it's the way that they have it laid out. And it's the way they have them laid out is not all the pipes go through to the end. As you can see, there's only 5 that go all the way to the end, and they're not like a flat. They didn't flatten them at all on on 3 of them, only 2 of them are widened a bit. So those widened ones are from the main ones. The main ones help cool the center of the die more, while the other ones will help onto the secondary part of the cooling. Oh shoot, yeah, of course, yeah, I'm gonna be showing all of this. So the secondary part, so like what I was showing with those cooler, it's the way they designed it, and it's who's on it. I'm not sure if it was the German Tim. I'm not sure if it was him that was designing it or if it was actually Kingpin or Vince himself designing these. And so we got the 2 main. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off a couple of these lights here. So that. Yes. Yep. There we go. All right. We can do this. Hopefully this isn't too loud. So we got these 2 main, which as you can see have been flattened down, and this one was flattened down a bit more so it can pass a spot on the actual secondary, and that will go on and it will sit on a thermal pad. So these 2 are the mains, and they'll go down through here. So like this, back over to here. It's weird how these ones go. So this one here just goes straight down. It's a smaller. So these 2 mains will go down through here, right where the center of the GPU die is. This is the way they designed this cooler. It's probably one of the best coolers made out there. It's only, it's like a single slot cooler with there's another single slot for the other side. It's just a dual slot GPU. And then, so these 2 go, and then they go down. And again, these are just the bigger ones. And then these smaller ones, so here and here, go up through here, but they're only flattened a little bit through here. Same thing with this one. It's just barely flattened and then barely widened to go the rest of the way. And that is just because they didn't need... only because they didn't need the extra cooling in that. Yeah, it's such a awesome cooling design on this one. The newer ones that you see, so like these big graphics cards, have about the same TDP as these, but this right here cools them better because of the way they have it designed. And it might still be under like a patent, so we'll go on to the secondary part. I'm hoping we should be able to keep the light on for it, because I actually kind of want to show the dust too on it. Oh, I guess not. We do have to turn off the lights. I have to just keep on the one set of lights for now. So this is the secondary part of the cooler. So can you see those? Look at that. These. And then that's a vapor chamber. That's all vapor chamber here. There's their all copper one on this one. And then it has some thermal pads. And those thermal pads is just to hit onto the main cooler, onto those secondary part of the cooling. The main pipes are strictly for the GPU part and will only go to spots on the cooling that will get the best cooling for those bigger pipes. The other pipes are strictly cooling for the memory chips and just for access cooling. And one thing about this graphics card, and a lot of people think they'll have like a dead fan or something, and they usually think it's the last fan. So this last fan here, not this one. So this is the main fan, and then the secondary fan, what I like to call. And these are the only 2, this fan and this fan, are the only two that will spin up until it hits over 65 or 70 C. And good luck getting this card up to like 70 degrees Celsius. But if you can get the card to hit 70 degrees Celsius, this fan will spin up with these ones. So a lot of people think because this fan's not spinning at all, and only these two fans are spinning all the time, this fan's broken. But if you set the fan speed to, sorry, not the fan speed, if you set the temperature, so if you go in like MSI Afterburner, you can set the temperature lower, so 60 degrees or 65 degrees, I think it's the lowest it can go is 65. You set it low as it can go anyways. And then once the temperature hits 55 or 60 degrees Celsius, you'll see that this fan will actually run with all three. But if you have the actual fan TD or the actual temperature set to max, you probably won't ever see this fan spin. That's the crazy part, is how good this cooling is you'll never see this fan spin. That's why this is a main and secondary fan, and this is just for a bonus. This is how well they made these coolers. I have a little bit of cleaning to do on this one. I will not be taking apart the secondary cooler. Nah, so there's not really a point. There's nothing really to show. Maybe a thermal pad or two. Would you like to see the whole thing? That's up to you, really. I could show the whole thing. Take it all apart. And clean it up first. Because these fans are high-powered fans too, and there's 3 of them. Mostly 2 though, that's why most of the dirt's on the one side here. Or dust, I should say. Just dust. A lot. You're good? Yeah. There's not really much to show underneath it. I could show the memory chips and that, but... And if the other guy was here, Hamon, if he was here, I could show like the actual... there's a 12th chip placement, so instead of having 11 chips, there's a 12th chip placement, because this board's still the same as like the Titan, but the Titan's a 12 gigabyte, so it had that extra slot filled up. This one here has that memory chip. You can add the extra memory chip onto this and make it a 12 gigabyte. Again, you would have to send like a working, or find a working BIOS for it, and then send it to NVIDIA to actually get it to work, or else just setting it up yourself won't work. You would it just wouldn't work. They have to verify a working profile, and you can find a working profile off of online. You can find a lot of working BIOSes for cards. I did it more or less for the RX 580s. You just send in a BIOS that you find online, and they'll verify it. So the BIOS that I did was sending it so you can... Before on the RX 580, you could only go so high with the overclocking. And then with the BIOS, you can go up to 2.3 gigahertz. And I don't think I would ever see 2.3 gigahertz on it, but with the BIOS, it would allow it to go up to 2.3 gigahertz without any errors. Yeah, exactly, yeah. To sign the certificate, they just have to sign a authenticity for it, so that way as soon as you put it in like your system or something like that, it's not going, what graphics card is this? It's a verified profile that NVIDIA signed off on, and it's not someone trying to cheapskate NVIDIA out of money, basically. That's the way all these things are set up nowadays to make sure companies can't lose money. I mean, there's a lot of new companies coming out of the woodworks that are making their own things. It's kind of nice, and that's why open source is good. Open source is good, and if you find any kind of company out there that has fully open source, if you have the money, try to fund those people. Those are the people you want. Because if everything is open source, it means they value their customers and value people that want to improve on an already existing platform. I mean, why would you not want people to improve on something that you made? Why not improve something that you made, right? Instead of having everything proprietary, or as soon as you look into the software of the certain device, it shuts it down or sends a notification saying, oh, this person did this. Same thing with the like the fix your own stuff, that law, Louis Rosman, and that more or less affected a lot of farmers. That's why I wanted that law to go away, was the right to fix your own stuff with your own tools, with your own money. You just buy the product, like whatever broke. So for a lot of farmers with their GPSs on their farm machinery, and most farm machinery has a GPS onto it just because it's an easier verification on a lot of things on crops and what they can do and cannot do. Their GPSs would break, and then they would need to have like a $10,000 replacement, a certain person to put it in, and it costs them like $50,000 to replace a GPS when they can do it for like $5,000 or something like that, just like replacement part and a few hours of their time. But yet they were making it so they couldn't do that. And that's more or less Apple and the rights to repair rule. That's what a lot of people didn't realize. It affects more than just the devices that we're using, like our phones, these graphics cards, and that. It goes to cars, to farm machinery, to everything. The right to repair. It's not keeping it proprietary to one company, to one person. Oh, if something broke on your device, you should have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars, or just buy a new device. Well, guess what? Farm machinery costs millions of dollars. There's a difference. There's a difference. Alright, I just want to make sure this thermal pad's really clean on this, because I'm not replacing it. Looks really good. Looks really good. Make sure I get. Oh yeah, I want to clean all that before I get my brush all dirty. And we're gonna talk about the chip die. I wish I had like the 900 series, like the GTX 980 or 960s, 970s, 980 Ti's, all those. So that way I could show like the Pascals, and, Pascals, the Maxwells, the Pascal, this is Pascal, the Maxwells. This guy's a little easy to show, yeah. This. Yep. So shiny. All right, so oh yeah, you're saying 1660 Super and it has 8 gigs? Probably is the only one in the world. It might be a rare one. I would have to search. So if you go to hardwarebot.org and you go into the search tool, you can search 1660 Super and then just search up the 1660 Super. If it says 6 gig and then they had an 8 gig version, then that 8 gig version's like the ultra rare, probably only like 20 or 30 made type thing, like came out of the factory, you shouldn't have it type thing. Or it was one of them China made ones, like it was an actual, GPU, but it was someone in China got a handle of it and then they put on 2 extra chips. Now I have to see. Yeah, I like the reflection of this. But we gotta check because I gotta do it on every single card. And as you can see, though, the chip die is a lot bigger. So we got NVIDIA. So instead of S Taiwan, now we got A Taiwan. So A Taiwan, 17522A1. Still starts with a P, so this is PGRU23.mu. And then we got GP. So this is now starting, again, it always starts with a G, but now it has GP instead of like a G and then a bunch of numbers. Now we have GP 102350K1A1. And if you remember from the other graphics cards with NVIDIA, going back all the way to like their 8600, it would go from A2 or A1 at the end. So now we're back to an A1. And these NVIDIA did this with their cards on all of them for the endings, and it always varied on something. I'm not sure if it was every other, like their every other architect or every other type of chip. So the chip size could vary into the number and that. Like as in it's a bigger chip size than what the other variants of this timeline. So like the 1070, as you saw, chip size was a lot smaller and was an A2. So yeah, so that I'm pretty sure it is a China made one. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it, man. Those guys are absolutely insane. They are killing it out there. Them Russians are taking like graphics cards in that too, and they're taking they're really good at taking the actual cutting out the chips and then sending them over to China, and those guys are making they're insane. What they're making out there is insane. Making ultra small like PCs that look like this, like a full PC. It has the GPU and CPU all on one with a cooler, and then that's it. That's your PC. Or like those CPUs, or like the PC that you plug into a PC. Those originate from China too. And those literally like is like a CPU that you plug it, like a PC that you plug into your PC, just like this. Have you ever seen those? They're not like those Nooks. I'm talking like a full-on PC that you plug into a PC. It's weird. It's weird, man. They're killing it out there. They're killing it though. They're insane. I would love to go to China and check out like their factories. Not like GN and them. Like I would want to go there and talk to like them like as if they're their buddies and that. No cameras, no nothing, and sit down and talk to them about stuff. I'd have to learn how to speak Chinese first. But just to show them how well I would want to learn stuff from them. But yeah, they know what they're doing out there. Same thing with their RX 580s. They made them. They doubled up the gigs from 8 gig to 16 gig on some. The performance isn't good. They gained 7 frames or a 2% increase in some games. So the architect and the actual performance of the generation for nowadays still not helpful. Yep. Colorful. Yep. Colorful has been around for actually a long time. They are starting to make their name, and hopefully they just keep pumping out these cheaper cards, because eventually they will make some money, so they will make not so cheap cards. The card may be cheap, there's nothing wrong with it. The only problem is some of them they reused memory chips from other cards, again, they go through testing before all of the switchovers, so it's not like you're getting a bad chip or anything like that. Or even if so, they do have warranty on them, which is, I mean, for a graphics card you're buying for what, $100, $150, somewhere around there, $150 for an 8 GB card, 1660 Super. 1660 Super is just fine for anything. It's just fine. It's about half the power of a 1080 Ti for the 6 gig, so the 8 gig is probably a step up. And for a third of the price, it's great power. Great power. This driver. Yeah, the BIOS you would have to go. So when you download the actual driver, you would have to go and actually download a BIOS software, so a BIOS flashing. And I'm sorry, I'm having an actual blank on the program you're supposed to use to flash it, but there's an actual flashing. It's kind of like WinRAR type thing, but for graphics cards. It's been like since RX 580 came out, what, almost 7 years ago now? Yeah, almost 7 years ago now. So it's been about 7 years since I flashed a BIOS. But still good. And what? It has a TDP of what, 65 watts? Or 100 watts or something like that? Like, no, not that programmer. That's a different one. Not unless that one's specifically for NVIDIA. And then the other one was specifically for the AMD that I was doing. Because I don't flash on these cards. So like the 1070 and this one here, eventually. I might not do this card because it is a fairly good card, but it's also like I should do this card because it's a good card. Like it's silicone lottery type. When I shunt mod it, like that one, there's no need to flash BIOS or to give it like a no power limit BIOS when I can do it hardware. And if you can do it hardware, and I know I can do it hardware and do it safely, I would rather do it hardware. Same thing with like checking the temperatures of things. I do hardware because it's just better. Hardware is better. Less software is going to. It's just you gotta get a better score. Alright, that looks fairly good though. Do another close up. Looks fairly good. I mean, it could be better, but soon I'll get an ultrasonic or make my own ultrasonic machine. I used to have one. It's nice. A nice ultrasonic machine. You can just throw graphics cards in and then leave it overnight. Come back to it. Boom. Get a nice clean graphics card. Alright, so we're done with that. Now I have to. Oh. Not the fun part. That's all I know. Not the fun part. Plug all 3 of these in. And that big one. What kind of thermal paste should I use? This is a good graphics card. I don't mind using the thermal grizzly, even though I'm not going to be throwing it on any liquid nitrogen. A better thermal paste is better. My stuff is a second choice, as in it has same kind of compounds as thermal grizzly. Or should we do some more thermalite? I do have some more thermalite. Two more tubes. Thermalite. MX4 is good. Has what, a 5.5 kilowatt, something like that, of wicking away. It's pretty good. This has something like, it's around 10. I don't really go off of what they, yeah, I know Arctic MX4. It's decent. It's decent stuff. Is it 8.5? I thought it was 5. I really wouldn't trust the 8.5. It's probably close to it. It's probably not 8.5. Okay. Do you know how much this bottle costs? No, not quite that much. You can't even find, so when you buy these jars now, and most of the time you'll find them on Amazon, they're half filled jars. They're not the full jars this one was. This jar, I believe it was like a 30-gram jar or something like that, was close to $200. Canadian dollars. So about 150 US. Let's just say we're getting low. We're getting real low. $100 per 9 grams. It's about that, yeah. It's $10 roughly per gram. If you buy them in the smaller tubes, it's $13 per gram, or $16 per gram. So buying it in bulk is a little bit better. All right. But this stuff does last a long time, and I've done a lot of overclocking with this. So in my opinion, it is worth it, but I've also found, like I said, with this stuff, as long as you're not doing like dry ice or more or less liquid nitrogen, I'm pretty sure I could do dry ice with this compound. It has the same kind of diamond grit compound, and the only thing is it doesn't have the cracking, the non-cracking feature. So I'm not sure what kind of compounds they have in their in this cryonic stream for it doesn't crack when it goes below 100 degrees Celsius. So I'm not sure what they use. I find this stuff is always spreadable, but it doesn't separate. Once a year, if you constantly use your graphics card, if your graphics card is generally around 55 to 60 degrees, and it usually is, especially in summertime, the new graphics cards will hit like 75, 80 C. I suggest once a year on the core. You'll just find, so after about a year's time, especially if it's just stock thermal paste, because they don't use the best thermal paste, and not unless they're doing liquid metal, but you only find those on extremely expensive like laptops or certain graphics cards like the Matrix. You can let those go for about 2 years, but you still have to redo the liquid metal. It will dry out. It more or less soaks into the nickel plating, or if there's any aluminum, will eat it. Yeah, 70, 80. It shouldn't even be close to that temp. And then that's the normal temp. So if you look at the hot spot, generally hot spots are anywhere from 6 degrees to 12 degrees higher than that temperature. So there's a hot spot or spot on the CPU, the die, the GPU die, that's technically 6 degrees to, like, it could be quite a bit more. Over 10 degrees more than that. So there's a certain spot on that die that's hitting like 90. That's why you change the thermal paste. It's more or less to keep that hot spot from going 20 degrees past that normal temperature of 70 or 80. It's just because the paste dries out. A better thermal paste won't dry out, and it's not really more or less due to different kind of the makeup properties of it. It's the fusion process that they do it in. So more or less they put it down below atmospheric pressures. So when you're mixing chemicals in that, if you put it below atmospheric pressure, no air, no nothing, and mix it while it's at no atmosphere, the chemicals will mix together and not separate after being mixed as easily. So there's different kind of manufacturing processes on the paste that make it so it lasts longer. There's still generally a silicone based. Why are they making it so difficult? These are the stupidest pins. I know it'll be so hard to get this on there. Or them in there. If I just flip it, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna flip it. Why do they make it so difficult to put this back on? Like this. Like this. Literally need to fit this one little lip. So if we could just, yeah, under, thank you. Make sure this is under. I said under, thank you. That lines up. Boom. Pain in the butt. Only because you gotta get the cooler underneath the bracket. And the bracket's really a pain to get off too, so I didn't want to take it off. Alright, man. You have yourself a good rest of the day. Make sure you take it easy. And as always, don't forget to get her done. Thanks for stopping by, Yuri. Peace. Damn. We are getting somewhere with this graphics card. Nice and clean. New paste. The thermal pads look good too, so I definitely didn't need to take them off or replace them. They looked just fine. The oil separation, there's no oil separation. It's nice too. Usually you only get the oil separation if the graphics card's getting way too hot. Usually. Or it's just really, really bad thermal pads. Alright, so that's all those. Now I gotta get these in. Use a flathead. We'll just use a flathead. Yes, no problem. Okay. Guess it won't be too bad after all, putting the rest of the fan headers in. Not too bad. Maybe. In it. Kajana! Thank you. Perfect. Alright. Already got cat hair everywhere. Just because I don't want to set that down. Okay, I guess it's not that bad. Guess it's not that bad with the flathead small screwdriver. Although, this one doesn't want to sit all the way. Thank you. Bam. Anybody gonna take Yuri's place? By the looks of it, no. What if Hammond's gonna show back up? Alright. So that's all the fan headers. Make sure. Good. 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 We'll put in the funky screws. They're not fun. I don't like these screws. Should not be made this way. I don't get the design of these screws. Ah. Probably should check to see if I have placement screws for these ones. Probably do. One more. Oh, twist my arm too much. Alright. And now the screws that I did not, pretty sure I did not need to take out, I'll put back in. Bad, not bad. A lot of screws though. I get they want to make sure they compressed all of the thermal pads. But I don't think they really needed to put like 20 screws in this. I really don't think they did. And a little screw or nut I need for this side. Come here. pain. Such a pain. Got it. No problem. No problem. So that wasn't actually too bad. I got a little bit of thermal paste on there. Clean that off as fast as possible. If you do get thermal paste on black graphics cards, it can stain it. Even with like an alcohol. Even more or less chance of wrecking the paint with alcohol than getting it off. So, clean off any thermal paste off of any black surfaces as fast as possible. Some graphics cards they'll just leak some silicone oil from the thermal pads. Again, try to clean that off as fast as possible. Try not to use harsh chemicals. Soap and water. Take your time with a Q-tip. Damp Q-tip, soap and water. Eventually it will clean up and look good. This little bit here that I got on there. Clean that up. I got a plastic scraper too to get the rest of it. Ta-da. Tip it. Looks good. All right. And we need to get a close-up. Get rid of a couple of the cat hair. Just made its way on there. Oh, yeah. 9 graphics cards clean now today. Very happy. 9 graphics cards done. Yeah, 9. 9 total graphics cards clean today. So as you can see, like I said, before, you'll have like this little bit of oily spots. Don't use any kind of harsh chemicals. You can just use soap and water. Take your time. Do not press too hard. Just you can get this little bit of oils off of it. Those oils are from the thermal pads. Underneath all of this, there's thermal pads underneath the whole thing here, more or less, and it will eventually soak its way through just from the fan spinning, and that's just what it does. And you can just take your time and clean those up. For me, this is good. Bring new thermal paste. The board on this side's nice and clean now. Surprising, the fins were fairly clean. Did not take much to clean. Except for a little bit of cat hair that's on it now. Not bad. 9 graphics cards today. 9 whole graphics cards done today. So we went from like an HD 5450 an X1300 Pro, and these are ATI cards, X1300 Pro, an X1900 GTO, an 8600 GS, a 9500 GS, an 8600 GTS, a 9600 GT, a GT 610 2 GB card, a GTX 1070 also did, and our finale card that we just finished, the GTX 1080 Ti. Took apart every single one of these cards and re-thermal paste them. Checked over the thermal pads, they looked alright. On the older cards that I got from like electronic scrapyards, I got replacement parts from my replacement part bin, wherever I put that bin. Replace the screws that need to be replaced in them. And how long have I been recording or streaming now? Close to like what, 14 minutes, I would say, or 4 hours. I'd say what, right around 4 hours. Not sure exactly how long I've been streaming for now. Been streaming for a while now today. But 9 graphics cards. I do believe that was 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 9. Yeah, it's 9 graphics cards. So 9 graphics cards in that amount of time, all taken apart completely. Some graphics cards, I even took apart the coolers and cleaned them, only because they're fairly easy to do. And yeah, so if anyone wants to see some more graphics cards that get taken apart, let me know. I do have the graphics card that's in this system and 2080 Super as well. Those will be take my time. Well, the 2080 Super will take my time because it's not EVGA hydrocopper, so it needs work. So the actual cooler itself, the block, is kind of cracked up. I want to see if I can get some clear acrylic, and see if I can fix it up. It's not like it leaks or anything. There's nothing wrong with it, but hooray for Canada. I think that's it for this stream. Again, we'll get a close up of the beast. So we get a close up of that. Again, with these little spots that you see are just from the silicone grease from usually the thermal pads. You can clean those up with just some soap and water. Just take your time. Damp rag, or I like to use Q-tips. Just soap and water, and you can clean those up just fine. As always, guys, hit that like button, comment, and subscribe. As always, don't forget to get her done.